All right. Welcome back, everybody, to more Silversong. Let's get us some tavern ambiance. All right. Bookkeeping. Bookkeeping. Do I have any bookkeeping to do? I guess just what I talked about last stream. For Wednesday, for Whispers in the Woods, seems like they will be quite busy as obviously exams are coming up. So we're almost certainly not going to have a session on Wednesday. Did I sound tired? Double checks that I don't accidentally have a voice filter on. I don't know. I'm a little tired, but I'm all right. Thank you for your concern. But yeah, so there won't be a session on Wednesday of Whispers in the Woods, but depending on my schedule, I might still do a stream then. I just kind of need to figure out what we want to do for that stream. Oh yeah, this is a good opportunity. Let's do it. Let's do a poll. Oh god, Twitch, you changed all my stuff. I can't see the title, the labels anymore. I haven't memorized the symbols. All right, there's your poll. Thank you for the 9 months, DJ. So for reference, for chat, we're just waiting on one of the players, Kosh. As he messaged me before that he was going to be slightly late, around maybe 10-15 minutes. So we're just waiting around to see if that happens. For him to show up. As 10-ish minutes isn't too bad to wait before a session. But I wanted to get things started rather than having to announce pushing the stream back and all that. So figured we'd just get started and hang out for a little bit while we wait for him to show up. Yeah. Pinball RJ, thank you for the prime. Much appreciated. And welcome, I suppose. I'm not super familiar with the username, so maybe you're new around here, but that's perfectly all right. In fact, that's amazing. Oh, thank you for the follow as well. We're currently, you can't see it on the screen right now, but we're currently working towards 100 followers. So any follow that gets us closer to that will make everybody happy, because I've promised the community that we'll do something interesting at 100 followers. So, GB, there's no pressure. We appreciate it, but if you don't want to, you don't have to.
Yes, there is. You have to.
Wow, there's no pressure from me.
There's pressure from me. You're going to.
There's pressure from all of us. Let's be real.
Yep. We're watching you.
Well, Skeleton DM is just happy that you're in the audience. But yeah, so I guess we could do maybe like a longer recap, where we just discuss things that have occurred so far, because I usually kind of streamline it a little bit to just get the important stuff for the upcoming session. But we can kind of do a little bit of a longer one since we have the extra time and need some things to talk about. For reference, Silversong. This is now our 20th session, so we're getting up there in session numbers. But the campaign started at an orphanage to the north in the kingdom of Middlemere. It looks like good one on our poll, which is a good thing.
Oh, I forgot. Fuck. The
Everybody
hype
always
train
forgets.
covered it.
Everybody always
You
forgets the
suck.
polls.
The hype train covered it. Fuck.
um, so yeah, the campaign started at an orphanage, kind of on the north side of the kingdom, the island kingdom of Middlemere. And each of the players, their characters, were all orphans at that orphanage, and they were sort of the oldest generation. They were all kind of around the age of 18 and were ready to sort of age out of the orphanage and set off on their own path. But that was when they realized that the benefactor, the woman who donated almost all of the money that kept the orphanage running, this rich merchant named Sindra Sullivan, when she came to visit them, as she did each year, they found that she was sick with something. It was a strange condition that everyone called silver vein, that she was not able to cure. She'd had doctors and even priests look at her, and none of them could figure out what exactly was going on. And none of their magic or their medicines were working. Somebody got Link
Yeah, he
right.
got fucking destroyed. I just saw that.
Magic missile. Thank you, Nightbot, but no link for that. So the problem with her getting sick is that she was attempting to update and change her will so that the money would go to the orphanage and continue those donations even if she passed away. But her children, who were currently the inheritors of her fortune, had been placing some obstacles, some legal obstacles in her way so that she couldn't change it. They were extending that time, and she feared that she would die of this condition before she was able to change her will and give some of the money to the orphanage. And so she said that she may have something that looked promising in order to help cure her condition and keep her alive until she can figure out how to work with her children to amend the will. And that was the mystical lyre from the legend of the Bard of Belisandre. There's a children's story in Middlemere that describes a bard that had healing powers that could cure any condition, said to stem from their lyre that they played, like a small harp, not telling untruths. And so the Sindra Sullivan had sent researchers using some of her money to basically look all over Middlemere for evidence that this lyre may have actually existed, though she'd lost contact with her researchers. And so since the party was setting out on their own to kind of live their own lives anyway, and wanted the orphanage to continue and not fall apart once Sindra passed away, they offered to go and look into the disappearance of these researchers, as she'd lost contact with them and didn't know where they were. She only knew their most recent location, which was to the south in Silkenshore. That they'd said they had a lead there, and yeah, everybody's green tonight. Everybody's green in chat, so it's hard to distinguish you all. Oh well. And so the party set out to the south and had to pass through a big forest known as the Deep Green Domain, where they stumbled across some alchemists in the woods who were operating some sort of hidden little operation there underneath an old cabin underground. And after getting mixed up with the alchemists a little bit, the alchemists not wanting them to to know about their existence, tried to kill them, and so they fought back a little bit, defeated the alchemists, accidentally set the place on fire, and then booked it out of there with some of their ingredients and a few things taken with them, some of their potions that they had. And then as they left, they heard an explosion in the distance as the alchemists, little
Guys,
underground
everyone.
I wonder who did that.
underground lair
Gosh, whistles.
blew up from the fire's reaction to the alchemical ingredients down there. And so another thing that they encountered in the forest was a large wyvern of sorts that attacked them once they got a little bit too close to its nest, as Gale found a strange artifact that he wanted to investigate. And they managed to drive off the wyvern, though it was perhaps a little too strong to outright defeat. And that was where they got a piece of its tail that will probably come up later. And so after making their way to Silkenshore, they eventually found that the researchers had gone to an island offshore, and that they had seemingly not returned from that journey. Also in Silkenshore, they stumbled across one of the researchers who had stayed behind because she was sick the day that the other researchers departed for the island, and was planning to catch up with them later, and eventually found that those researchers, after they hadn't returned and people were looking for them in town, she hid from the people who were hunting the researchers. Now everybody's yellow. So that researcher turned out to be Pavlova Palmerston, who you will see some of today.
Or will you?
We better.
Wait, did
Get in
we
the crate.
leave her somewhere?
No, she's
I
with us
think
today.
She's literally right next to me.
She's right next
Oh,
to
okay,
us.
okay.
We don't leave her places.
I was, yeah, for real.
Okay.
I had to
Oh,
protect her
it
from some
was
kids who were
one
trying to rob.
time.
And so the party journeyed to that island. Yes, Pavlova does have a last name, Pavlova
Yeah,
Palmerston.
come on, man.
It's just really long, so I don't put it on her name tag, so that it doesn't fill out the screen.
I think I have it in my notes.
But yes, she's the little cat girl scholar, if you're wondering who that is. So the party, with Pavlova in tow, made their way to try to find the researchers on the island. And when they arrived there, they found an old Dragonborn monastery. And once they entered the Dragonborn monastery, they found this makeshift camp that the researchers had set up to do their work, and they also found all the researchers dead. However, one lingered as a ghost that Ruva could see for some mysterious reason. And the researcher who lingered as a ghost, Llewellyn Lindworm, helped them find some stuff within the monastery and solve a few puzzles that eventually led them further in, where they found the Dragonborn had been also looking into something that involved a healing melody, which linked it to the stories of the mystical lyre. Now, the Dragonborn had pinpointed a little further than the researchers had, even though the Dragonborn were mostly gone. They found a bunch of skeletons there. The Dragonborn had found that it had been located, something that they called the birthright, which was linked to this healing melody, was found further to the west. So the party decided to travel west after that. With one of their only leads being a keystone, or at least part of one, that they found in in the monastery. It had been sort of separated into two pieces and given to two of the Dragonborn for safekeeping, one of which was in the monastery, and the other they had no idea. Pavlova suggested that they go and talk with an old archaeomancer that she'd worked with when she was younger in Glory Bell, as that was west anyway. And so the party set out, leaving the island and back to Silkenshore, and then across the fields of Sunnyside towards Glory Bell, one of the big cities in Middlemere. Not the capital city, but one of the bigger cities. And so the party made their way to Glory Bell. As they traveled, they sort of learned that Silvervein was perhaps even worse than they'd thought, as they'd only really seen Sindra Sullivan afflicted with it, but they started to see lots more people with this condition as they approached Glory Bell. When they arrived, they spent some time looking around. They talked with the old archaeomancer. And the archaeomancer said that he'd seen other people looking for a similar artifact to the one they showed him. And that the people who were looking for it were sort of two groups. One was a group of rather wealthy-looking men who were a little bit kind of hush-hush about it, didn't really even introduce themselves. And the other was a lone dragonborn who the party realized was a dragonborn they'd met back in Silkenshore, who'd been a little bit evasive, named Rolla. And so the party left their part of the keystone with the archaeomancer, Barley, and he eventually confirmed for them that it was in fact the same thing that he'd seen in the past, these other men who were looking for it. And so the party now suspects that the other half of this keystone they need to access where the Dragonborn wrote was a healing melody was located. They would need the other half of this keystone, and they sort of came to the conclusion that it would be probably located within Glory Bell. So they did a little bit of digging around. They talked to some more people, including Rolla, who was convinced that one of the wealthy people in the manors around town, one of the noble families in the estates around the city, had the other half. And he'd sort of been convinced that it was the Sullivan Manor, as he'd seen those wealthy-looking men enter it at one point, but couldn't actually confirm yes or no, as he hadn't seen the keystone himself. So for the past few sessions, as the party has been trying to gain some more information from the church that's treating Silvervein, as well as an old wizard, or a wizard in town. Shouldn't say old. A wizard in town. Hey, you don't know how old she was. A wizard in town who had an obsession with dragons. And a few other people. They've been learning a little bit more as they plan a potential intrusion into Sullivan Manor on the south side of the city. And so, where we left off in the last session, they had run into some little street urchin kids who had attempted to rob them for their gold. But after intimidating the kids into standing down, they learned that one of the kids, they'd actually met that kid's mother before, who was looking for a kid. The mother was sick with Silvervein. And so they dragged that kid back up to the mom, and eventually kind of learned a little bit more about these kids and earned their trust. So the party now has a group of street urchin kids who they can get to do little jobs for them. And they told the kids to watch the manor and Good Graces Inn overnight to see if anyone goes in there who looks suspicious or anyone that they might recognize. So that's what the kids are up to. They're going to watch these, case the joint for the party. And the party wanted to investigate one of the seedier taverns in town, the more rundown one known as the Drunken Jester. They'd visited it once to talk with Rolla, and they kind of were returning to talk once more, potentially. But they also wanted to look a little bit more around it, as they'd heard from the kids that there were some suspicious characters going in and out of there. Where we left off, Ruva had gone ahead as the others helped the kids. Kaj was treating some of their scratches and bruises that they'd gained from sort of a hard life on the streets. As Ruva went ahead to go look at the... well, I'm not entirely sure where she was going, but we can get to that. I don't know who she was planning on talking to, but she was entering the Drunken Jester to meet with somebody, I suppose. So that's where we'll start off again at the beginning of this session. Is everybody here now?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Let's do it.
Alrighty. Then if you're all ready to start, then let's get started. Okay. Yes, the district is Glaston, where the Drunken Jester is located. All right. So, as I said before, where we left off last time, Gale had just returned, and you'd sent these kids off to go and watch those two locations for you. And then you had decided that you wanted to go join Ruva at the Drunken Jester. Now we're going to cut kind of to a meanwhile segment, as Kaj, Tibber, and Gale, and Pavlov as well, were outside talking with the street urchins. Ruva headed off inside, so we're going to do a little meanwhile as to what Ruva was up to before the others eventually join her in the Drunken Jester. All right. Let's grab the rest of you. Make you invisible. Perfect. Alrighty. So Ruva, leaving the others with the street urchin kids, you made your way off into the Drunken Jester, and you creaked that old door open and back into the slightly run-down tavern floor, where you can see some relatively familiar faces. A few of the people who were in here last time you'd walked through are also in here again. And the bartender is still just kind of quietly tending bar in the corner, but you can do what you wish.
We're just gonna go up to the bartender.
He turns his attention towards you as you walk up and says, "Can I help you with something?"
Hi, has the Dragonborn been back yet?
Yeah, I think I saw him walk by.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Bit of help.
And she's gonna, go upstairs.
Alright, you make your way upstairs to the upper floor, where you guys had arranged some rooms, I believe, but, oh, go away.
I'm here.
But you creak
I'm
your way,
gone.
you creak your way up the old stairs to the upper floor of the Drunken Jester, where Rolla was staying, and you'd arranged some beds as well.
Rue's gonna knock on the door.
After a few moments, the door creaks open. You see, just through the slight crack, you see Rolla peek through. And upon recognizing you, opens the door entirely and goes, "Yeah, all right, come in, come in."
Hi, have you learned anything?
Well, I spent part of the day watching the manor. There wasn't really anyone visiting today.
Hmm.
You had the usual guards out front. Saw a couple guards walking back on the estate. Ones hired by the estate themselves, not the town watch. I saw them walking by the gate a few times.
Okay.
Seemed to just
Because
be business as usual.
we went to go talk to him to see if we could get inside, and hopefully they let us in. She like kind of smiles and looks off to the side, but he wasn't taking guests at the time.
Hmm. Do you know why he wasn't taking guests?
I don't think that they said. They just said that he was very busy.
Hmm. No, I see. Well, I have seen him take guests in the past. They seem to be, well, noble folk as well, wearing nicer clothing. You understand?
Hmm.
So I imagine he probably meets with other noble families from time to time. And there was that one lad that I saw on occasion.
Oh, you mean, I think his name was Ed?
Well,
Uh,
I never got his name, but sort of brown hair. He had like a scar on his face.
oh, yeah. I believe he's a Godfrey,
Hmm. One of the Godfreys, eh?
but
Well,
he wasn't allowed in either.
yeah, that sounds about right. I'd seen the lad approach the gate. He talked with the butler, tall, skinny fella, and got turned away each time, which I thought was odd because he didn't seem like just some beggar from the streets, you know.
Hmm,
But one time he almost saw me when I was hiding in the alley, so I try to steer clear just so he doesn't recognize me.
that makes sense. Do you think maybe he's not there?
You mean Lord Sullivan, not the manor?
Yeah,
Hmm.
'cause when was the last time he was seen?
Um. Well, I know that the butler usually does most of the meetings for him, but I have seen nobles go in to meet at the manor. If they're not meeting with Lord Sullivan, then I don't know who they'd be meeting with.
Hmm, true. This
Uh,
is very strange.
I suppose it's possible he might not be there, but nobles travel from time to time for business. He is a merchant by trade, but um,
Suppose if he was hiding inside, it's more likely that he was sick.
hmm, I suppose that's a possibility as well.
Well, we have friends now, I think. There were some kids outside. They tried to rob us, but
I think I saw
now,
some kids skulking about in Glaston.
yeah, now we get along, and I think they might be willing to help us. I'm not sure.
Oh
The
yeah.
others are outside. They should be coming in soon, though.
All right. Well, I suppose we can speak with everyone when they do that. Do we have a plan of action moving forward?
Mm, well, not entirely. Kind of. So I have a talent. I'm very good with disguises. So
Sounds useful.
I'm thinking I go in, with Kaj, and potentially we go in disguise, and maybe
Hmm.
maybe we can find the other piece that way. We're thinking of maybe pretending that we're from the organization, the one that's trying to hunt us.
Yeah, you mentioned fellows like that. You think you can effectively disguise yourselves as members of that group?
Well, I have a mask from one of them,
Hmm.
and then I have two more masks from an ambush party that we beat. So between that and the clothes that I have, I should be able to make a disguise. And then Kosh said that he would go as an animal so that they wouldn't so that they would think that I was alone.
Hmm. Well, certainly does sound like quite a strategy. Yeah, I think that has a shot at working. As long as you think you can effectively convince them that you're working with them.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think it's probably a better idea than trying to cause a ruckus and breaking in there forcefully. It'd be really hard to explain to the city watch that we're actually not the bad guys, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And well, if
Yeah,
any of
we're
us gets
kind of
arrested, then that could
unknown.
be weeks, setting us back weeks.
Exactly. Well, I don't plan to get arrested. River just kind of smiles. And I don't think I would let any of my family get locked up either, so.
All right, just don't kill any of the guards. At least not the ones out front. We don't want the town watch doing any investigation in this. I don't want this coming back on us later.
Mm-hmm. I made a friend with one of them.
Oh yeah.
His name's Frederick.
Well, I suppose it's good to have friends in the town watch.
I sort of told him that we were kind of on a secret mission to try to help the Sullivans.
You
Uh,
didn't mention me, did you?
no.
Alright, well that's good at least. I would be careful how many people you talk to about this, but if you felt it was a necessary gamble, then I trust you.
I think maybe. Well, I didn't know if the butler would let us in as emissaries of Lady Sullivan, so I thought maybe I could somehow make friends with Frederick and potentially he could let us in sometime. I'm not
Hmm.
sure though.
I suppose that's possible. I have heard that there is tense familial relations amongst the Sullivans, so I agree it's probably not wise to go there claiming to be working for the lady.
Hmm. Well, that's kind of too late because we sort of already did that. River kind of like smiles wryly, like
Well,
a little embarrassed.
I guess it's a good thing that you folk can disguise yourselves then.
Yeah, and I can have as many disguises as I want to, so
Sounds
I
useful.
mean, hmm although I haven't done it in a while. Uh, she kind of looks a little nervous.
Well, perhaps you'll practice before you, go for the real thing.
Her eyes kind of like light up. That's a really good idea. Hmm. I wonder why the others are taking so long.
We can wait for them if you want, and talk more once they arrive as to what
Oh,
we're going to do
yes.
next. All right. So I guess question for the others: is there anything you do down on the tavern floor, or are you just heading right up to meet with Ruva once you see that she's not on the tavern floor?
I'm gonna notice the silver-haired lady in the corner, but then let's go after Riva.
Yeah, the silver-haired lady who is just kind of quietly smoking in the corner. You can see kind of lazy wisps of smoke coming off her, almost matching her hair. Just sort of sits in the corner by herself, and actually, as you notice her, she just kind of eyes you as you walk by. Not particularly menacingly, not in a suspicious way. Just sort of watches you quietly as you walk across the tavern floor towards the stairs. And so you wait for just a moment with Rolla, Ruva, and eventually you hear the sound of feet on the old creaking staircase as the others make their way up.
We should probably learn some stealth.
I'm gonna head out here. Ah, no. I'll follow.
I'm gonna knock at the door.
All right, that must be them. Creak the door
Ruva's
open
yeah.
and see Kaj staring back at you.
She lets them in.
Thank you.
Hello.
Where'd
What took
Gil
you guys so
go?
long?
You
What
see
do
where
you
Gil went?
Kaj and Tiver walk into the room, but Gil does not, Ruva.
God,
Where's Gale?
I didn't even see him.
Gil, what
What
are
do
you
you
up
mean
to?
you didn't see him?
Oh, I just wanted to go and see if I could hear anything in the other rooms.
Well, what are you doing with this door here?
I'm putting my ear on it.
All right, make a perception check for me.
Boop. Oh, I'm so good at those.
Huh. Oh no.
You hear creaking, but this entire place is a mess of creaking, so it's impossible to tell if the creaking is coming from downstairs, from the room next door, from the room you're listening to, or even from your own boots.
Checks out. Alright, well, I was gonna try the other one, but, with that description. Knock, knock, knock.
Open the door a little bit. Oh, okay, let's go.
Oh, okay. You guys have to be more careful. He's
Wait,
bound
what?
to get lost or something. You know how he is. Gale, you're supposed to stay with the group.
I did. I didn't leave the inn. I was on the same floor and everything. I was even less than 30 feet away.
Okay, well, I couldn't see you, so I got nervous.
I mean, you were on the other side of the door. Of course you didn't hear me or see me. You didn't see me to begin with.
I
What
heard
took
you
you guys
breathing
so
really
long?
heavily.
Okay, but so I was telling Rolla
Yes, to
about
business.
about the potential plan to
Which was
Yeah, what's plan?
for Kosh and I to go in and pretend I think Riva looks over at Kosh that we're gonna pretend to be part of the organization, right?
I'm gonna pretend to be an animal.
I mean, yeah, Riva just kind of like laughs. I mean, yeah. But I was wondering if I should go as the man that we found in the monastery. I never heard his voice, so I don't know what he sounds like.
well,
Probably the one that you've heard, right? Have you heard one?
Well, the guy who ambushed us, he talked to us.
I mean,
Right.
you'd have to think, right? If the people that made it out, if they did return, they probably said that guy died. So you'd have to come up with some reason as to why you're not dead.
So it would be better to pretend to be the others.
You could still be him. You would just be like, oh, I had to fake being dead or something. I don't know. I mean, he died to that trap, right? So
Hmm. Yeah.
I seem a little hard to pass by. But it's
True.
possible.
Hmm. No, I doubt. I mean, I feel like they would know. So.
Well, that's also assuming that they like touched base with them, which I mean, I assume they would, but could be some.
Yeah. Why were you guys out there so long?
I'll wear.
Those kids were all messed up. I had to patch them up.
I was giving them tips.
Oh, okay. Hmm.
Yeah.
I was running back.
Oh yeah, he bolted like he made it across the city in like 10 minutes. Oh,
Oh.
shit.
I forgot that she was with you guys.
Hmm.
Because she wasn't in
Oh,
here
you're
last
so
time, and
stealthy.
I used the portraits from you guys last time, so I forgot that she was up there.
Yeah, the kids. So, is that the plan we're going with? You two sneaking in?
Might be our best shot right now. Does also kind of feel like that could go south real fast.
Yeah, well, the thing was, I kind of wanted to wait until after we got to see if we could get in first. Because going in blind is not a smart thing to do.
Hmm.
Might be the only option.
Rolla, we told them that we were working with Lady Sullivan. Do you think there's any chance he'll let us in there?
Ruva mentioned something like that. Suppose it's possible. Familial relations are tense at the moment between Lady Sullivan and her children, from at least from what I've heard. But I suppose it's possible, less so on the idea that they'd want to reconcile, and more that perhaps Lord Sullivan just wants to know what's going on with his mother. Wants to be kept in the know. I suppose that's possible. But from what I've seen of the fella, and from what I've heard around town, it doesn't seem particularly sentimental.
Hmm. Makes sense.
Hmm.
I wouldn't mind waiting like a day, but the longer we do take to do all this to
We've already
help
been
people
here for
suffer from silver
We
vein.
can't
a while.
we can't wait more than a day. So I would say that, well, it's early evening now, right? So I think tomorrow night we should definitely, Kaj and I should do our thing. And maybe during the day we might be able to see Lord Sullivan, but if not, um, we're gonna have to do this.
There was another matter
We-
I wanted to bring up now that you're all here. Al mentioned a little bit earlier, and Ruva was talking about it with me before the rest of you arrived. There was that other lad who was showing up to the manor. He seemed like he wanted in, even though he got turned away a couple times. He kept showing up.
Mm,
Someone else with a reason to get in there might be another ally.
Oh yeah.
Was he a friend of
That
yours, Tibbs?
you could say that. A little more than that. Yeah, he's the main son of the Godfreys.
Hmm. And why were
Hmm.
you hiding from him?
Uh, I don't know. You know, you always long for something, and then when it finally comes, it's hard to actually do it.
I'm just gonna nod at Tibbs.
Nope.
It,
Ruva just frowned.
I've been putting it off, but yeah, I I didn't think he'd be involved with them at all, but maybe I give him a talk.
Hmm. Well, you know where I stand on the Godfrey family, so
I don't know what they are in relation to anybody else in the city, so everything would be new to me. But he seemed, he seemed like he wanted to get in pretty bad.
Yeah, we can't exactly be picky about help right now.
well,
Yeah,
on the plus side, because I talked to him after you had disappeared into a dark alley,
you can put it that
I
way.
can now look like him and sound like him whenever I want. So if we want to do that and then not have to talk to his shitty family, that would be perfect too.
I mean, he he was pushed away, so I don't. I don't even know why he was there wanting to talk at all. But obviously, it wasn't good enough to get in. So the only thing I think we gain from that is a name.
Hmm.
We could also use those kids as like a distraction.
I would not like to
No.
do that.
I don't know. They could be useful somehow.
Okay, wait. So hold on. I'm trying to parse this. You wanted no part of your terrible family to be involved in this, but you're willing to throw kids, innocent kids, into harm's way without a second thought. Tibbs,
I don't mean like fight them. I just mean like distract the guards for a second. Pee on their boot or something. I don't think the kids. They're little scamps. They're not gonna get in trouble. Also, they're not my family, so or are they? No, I don't think so. Too young.
okay, well, if you want to involve that kid,
I don't control them. I think what was it, Gail?
no,
or
I meant
he had some.
and something.
Hmm?
Yeah, if you want to get your family involved, go ahead.
I don't, but I feel like don't have a choice. I at least have to talk to Ed. So maybe I do that while you guys do your thing.
Hmm.
Tomorrow night?
Well, we can
Well,
leave you
what
with
would
your
I be
family
doing?
during the day, right?
Yeah,
I think
why
it's
wouldn't
good to have
Maybe.
you and Gale on standby during the night.
yeah.
Good.
If things do go south, I'm sure I can think of a few ways to let you guys know.
I think you should go see your family in the morning or whatever, and then we can just do our thing at night with whatever information we get from them.
Also, the kids could possibly get some information through the night too. So I
That's true.
guess that's probably the plan. Yeah.
Works for
So
me.
we just eat and go to bed.
I've got to head up to the church, but I can either meet
Where
you guys here tomorrow, or Tibbs, if you want to come get me on the way to.
I
your family.
might as well go with you. It's just cut in the
church?
distance.
Okay. Well, I don't know where I'm gonna sleep over there is the thing.
I don't know where I'm sleeping either. So even
Alright.
here, I don't know where I'm sleeping. So
Well, there's 2 rooms, right?
well, then yeah, you two could stay, or you three, I guess.
Mm, well, I kind of want to maybe go to the church again too.
Then we all go to the church. I don't know.
Gale and Pav gonna sleep here.
Do we want to stick Pav here again?
Whatever happens tomorrow night, I think it might not be so safe.
No,
Uh,
probably not.
It might be a good idea to have Pav stay somewhere else, anyways, right?
True.
Last time we left her alone with Gale, she got wasted.
Oh, well, that's fine.
But do
Yeah,
Shane
we don't want
knows
Gale
another
wasted
place?
though. If we're gonna be doing something important tomorrow.
You're gonna get wasted,
Hmm?
Gale.
What? I heard my name.
Are you gonna get wasted?
Sure.
Oh, okay. That's not the
No.
answer. I was
See,
looking
I
for.
No.
told you. not a good, not good at all.
Well, you'll have all day to feel better, right?
I guess I don't know. You just probably a light bait.
Okay, so I'm going to the church. Uh, should Pav stay? Shane didn't have a place to stay, right?
No.
Hmm.
I don't know if I'd want to leave her here either.
No,
Not alone.
not alone. Could Rolla maybe keep an eye on her?
All right, I suppose if you're staying here.
How do we treat her like a kid? Pav, what do you want to do?
Well, uh, I'll go where you think it would be best for me to go. This tavern is a little seedy looking, but if you want me to stay here, I can stay here.
And Gale, where do you want to go to, or do you want to stay here?
Go where?
We're gonna go up to the church.
What for? Like for the night? Just cause?
I was gonna go help them with whatever they need help with, and then just find somewhere to sleep for the night eventually.
Hmm.
I don't know about the other two.
I'm gonna head up that way anyway, just because I'll have to do it tomorrow regardless. So split the time today.
Well, we already bought rooms here.
Mm-hmm.
You bought rooms here, so if you want to make use of it, then you can stay.
All right, I'm gonna go drink.
All
Jesus
right, then you're watching after Pavlova, then, yeah.
Yeah, both
Oh,
of you.
good. I have the cloud wine. Pavlova, let's go. Play
Oh,
games.
no.
Can't say I didn't tell you.
Pavlova pauses before leaving with Gale, and says, "There was also those, the shady fellows that the children mentioned, the street urchin children."
Right.
Oh,
The
that
lady
must have
was in the
been
corner when
after
we
I
walked in.
left. What did they say?
Well, they described a few fellows that seemed to frequent the tavern. They seemed shady. There was some sort of handoff that happened, I believe. They mentioned. I suppose I could keep an eye on those folk. The descriptions matched a few of the people that we walked by on our way in here. Ruth, I don't know if you saw the silver-haired woman and the hooded fellows.
Mm-hmm.
I could keep an eye on them if you want me to stay here.
Handoff.
Yes, one of the street urchins said that she saw late at night the silver-haired woman hand something to another fellow that they weren't able to identify. Just some sort of small parcel of sorts. They weren't able to tell us what it was, though.
Hmm. Okay. Well, how about we go ask them before we go to the church?
I
Might
suppose.
as well. We're all here.
We're all going down anyways.
Thanks, Rolla. Stay safe.
You as well. You do have more of that cloud wine, though, right? That was really good last time.
Of course, I had more cloud wine.
All right. Then you make your way back down the noisy stairs to the tavern floor of the Drunken Jester. Now it is getting a little bit later on into the afternoon now. It's past evening, so folk are just kind of in here drinking and talking amongst themselves. But as you make your way back down to the tavern floor, so let me grab the other three and then eventually pop over. As you make your way back down, you see that several more people have sort of flooded in. I'm not going to populate the entire thing with a bunch of random portraits because I don't want to do that. But you see that it's gotten a little bit busier now towards the evening. Folk are in here drinking, and the bartender's kind of going back and forth in between tables and giving people drinks. But you do see amongst the crowd a few of those familiar faces that you recognize both from being here before as well as the description that the street urchins gave you.
So, which ones?
They mentioned a silver-haired woman and a hooded figure doing a handoff. Someone on the corner looks just like it.
Hmm. Ruben's gonna sit down and smile at the lady.
You sit down at the table across from the silver-haired woman who just sort of stares at you for a moment and takes a long drag and then raises her eyebrows and says, "Friendly conversation or customer?"
Oh,
Customer, Ruben says.
Indeed, I have wares for offer that are a little bit more difficult to procure elsewhere, if you catch my drift.
Yes. I understand.
So, which is it?
Oh, well, I'm a customer, but I'm more interested in the information about one of your clients.
I see. Well, first things first. You may call me Milia. What is your name?
I'm Ruva. Nice to meet you. Ruva just has a big smile on her face.
Indeed, and I must tell you, I'm not usually willing to discuss the particulars of clients, as you refer to them, with other strangers.
Oh, I understand. Ruva puts a gold piece down. I'm just trying to be a friend.
I see a bribe. We can speak plainly. If you do wish to have some information that I possess, you can purchase it off me for a price.
Okay, how much do you think this information is worth?
Well, I suppose it would depend on which client we're talking about.
Ruva's gonna look over to Kaj and kind of wait for him to give a description of what the kid said about the dude.
Oh, this one's with you?
Yeah.
Name's Kaj. Nice to meet you.
What about the scary fellow leaning against the wall behind you? A friend of yours?
hi.
Never seen him before.
All right.
I just like to lean.
Now then, you say a fellow that I did some sort of business deal with in the past. Meeting. What time was it? You said.
Was God's trying to remember right now.
I can remind you if you want to make an in check if you don't remember.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Go ahead, make an in check then. Usually these DCs aren't. I don't make them too high, but.
Oh, no.
You rack
Lovely.
you rack your mind to think hard about what time it is, but perhaps maybe the smoke that is filling the air around this woman is making you slightly lightheaded because you aren't able to remember.
Hicks,
I'm
do you
gonna look
remember?
at really quick. Why don't we ask about Francis?
Oh, well, I was gonna do both things. I wanted to do that first and okay, but Tibbs, do you remember
Remember what?
which client it is? The kids outside said I wasn't there, so I sure hope you remember.
I can't remember.
Okay, well
It's on the tip
then,
of my tongue.
I guess
Well, I have several clients amongst those in the city, so I'm not going to simply speak freely of all of them.
and I would not expect you to. I suppose we'll have to go to the second item of business. Kosh, take it away.
Do you know why Francis Sullivan isn't seeing anyone right now?
Lord Sullivan.
Right.
Uh, I'm not. I'm not particularly sure. Information like that. I could help you out. Perhaps a little bit. Maybe point you in a bit of a better direction, if that helps.
That would help.
But it will cost you some gold. Let me think. Information like this. I would say 8 gold.
Make it 5 and we have a deal.
Persuasion check.
Oh boy.
How about 6?
6 is. We are able to do 6. Yes, that makes sense.
Good.
I'm gonna give Ruba 3 of mine. 3 gold.
And then, yeah, we're just gonna give the other 3 and all 6 to the lady. No.
Yeah, you slide it across the table and she just sort of taps the gold with one of her long fingernails, making a loud clinking noise and says, "All right, that will do. Now listen. As for the direct absence, I suppose you could say, of Lord Sullivan, I can't speak why he is not meeting with people or anything of the sort. I do not have direct contact with Lord Sullivan, but I do know someone who I believe does have contact. You see, there is a fellow who purchases supplies from me, who one of my more frequent customers. He does business with Lord Sullivan from time to time. I suppose he might have more information for you. She just kind of leans back a little bit and tries to gauge your reaction.
I'm gonna look over at Riva and nod.
Who might? Would you be able to get us in touch with this person?
I might be. But this person would be probably not incredibly fond of the idea that you are aware that we have contact, if you understand.
I see. So perhaps we leave your name out of the equation?
Mm. Well, you might not catch this fellow's attention without bringing me up. This fellow, you see, he is a slumberline addict. He comes to me and I provide what he needs. And so you could use that to gain leverage, if you wanted. But without bringing it up and, well, me in association with that, it will be hard to get what you want out of him.
That does make sense. Is there something you would like us to say for you in return?
Just leave out the fact that you paid me for the information. You stumbled across it yourself. That's all. If you're going to do any blackmailing or threatening of your own, simply imply that you stumbled across the information and not that you bought it off of Milia. That's all I require.
Understood.
Fruva smiles. Yep, I understand as well.
Good, I'm glad you do. Now then, the fellow in question is Gideon Blythe. He is one of the guard captains in the town watch.
Ruva kind of leans back in her chair. Now that is good information.
Now,
Thank you.
typically, a friend in the town watch would be good for me to have, but I'm giving you this information because, well, he's been rude to me the past few times we've had our business interaction. He tries to get me to lower my prices. And, well, I don't like to lower my prices. So perhaps something to remind him of his own predicament might be nice. And so you see, we can sort of help each other out here.
Yes, this is very beneficial for us both.
Mm-hmm.
Good. When the clients get a little bit uppity, you have to put them back in their place. Remind them who provides.
Without question.
Something to make him a little bit nervous, someone who knows about his little secret. I think that will place me back on top in the bargaining power. Now you can find Mr. Blythe up at the Town Watch garrison, usually lazing about chewing on a piece of straw.
Ah, I believe we may have made his acquaintance already.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what we talked to.
Good, then he shouldn't be hard to find.
Ruva just smiles. Well, thank you for allowing us to uh, trade.
Of course. I think we can be good business friends. Now, was there anything you wish to purchase other than information? I do have other wares. You can pick your poison if you will.
What, what's in stock?
Well, I have all manner of illicit alchemy. I have purple ephedra, a favorite for lots of people. It relaxes one. If one finds themselves a little too tense, that is what they turn to. I also have Fey Dust, another commonly purchased one. It increases the mental faculties, the accelerates the mind, focuses one. You find clients like that. They often have too much to think about and need a little bit to enhance that. And then, of course, Slumberline. It is often used to help insomniacs, though some who aren't also find it useful. It induces slumber, used as a tranquilizer. One who is addicted to it, it starts to become, well, the only way they can sleep, if you catch my drift. And then we have Sundrop. It gives a feeling of warmth, happiness. Another one that can be a little bit addictive. And last we have Wandercap. It's used to cause vivid visions, hallucinations, if you will. Often druidic types like it. It's stemmed from a mushroom that we grind up and form into Wandercap.
I think I might be interested in this wonder cap.
Oh, yes? All right, I do have some on stock on me right now. If you wish
And
to purchase some.
yes, how much?
Well, starting price would be 20 gold for a cap.
I think perhaps. I think perhaps I can find another means for myself.
Another
But
means
thank
of
you.
what
Well,
exactly?
Well,
You see,
River kind of.
one of her eyebrows actually raise in interest, as if she sort of piqued a little bit of curiosity in her.
Yeah, River kind of just smiles a little and sort of just laughs and says, there are plans in motion, though not everyone need know.
All right, well, it's not my business to pry. Certainly sounds interesting, though. But I will be here. I frequent the bar in the afternoons to do business, so if you change your mind, you can find Milia here.
River stands up.
We'll do that. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Pleasure to do business with you.
Ruva,
Mm-hmm.
we need to keep Gale away from her.
Mm-hmm.
So three of you make your way back out into the streets of Glaston. And you guys are heading to the church, yes?
Yep.
All right. Very well. Let's actually take a little 2-minute break since we're at an hour and a half. It's kind of a nice little time to do it before I forget. So yeah, we will be back in 2 minutes. So go get some water, something to eat, go to the bathroom, whatever you need to do. Chat you as well, and we will be right back.
You stay in, Angel?
Yep, I'm here.
What was that supposed to mean? Huh?
What?
Keep her away from
the
Gale?
drugs.
Excuse you?
Can you imagine Gale on hallucinogenics? That would be
Yeah, not great.
insane.
Oh, it's funny. I was thinking about taking the make you smart juice.
I don't know what happened to Gale if we made him take the relaxing one. The purple ephedra.
He's just chill.
He's just Gil.
Reminds me of remember Angel in Code meant the guy who like takes the thing. He's like, no, the dude's on Soviet, and he's just like, if you have a kid, keep it the hell away from Soviet.
Yeah.
That's what I think of. Gil would be like.
Well, I am kind of insulted.
When she said the name of the guard that she knew, I was like, I recognized it immediately because I was like, man, that guy had a cool name. Why did he have a cool name?
Yeah. Dun, dun, dun.
That was the guy we met, right?
Yeah.
Fucking knew it. God damn. I was like, wow, this guy sounds cool. Sure enough.
The guy the sass does.
Why is it always the ones that have cool names always sketchy as hell? Every time.
Well, that would definitely mean that Sinceria Shanak. Sinceria Shanak is gonna be evil with those pretty eyes.
Yep. With
No,
her
she's nice.
special
She's got
eyes.
a dragon.
With those special eyes.
You ever just watch the campaigns and notice all of Jay's subtle references to, you see their eyes?
No, shush! I don't do that. What are you talking about?
Are you kidding me?
What? Setting something up for later? No. Me?
Watching Seas of Sand, I just keep thinking of the Aarakocra, like a little coffin we saw over here.
And I was thrown in particularly just for them, yeah.
The reference.
Alrighty, are we missing anybody?
Oh, good.
Alright. Then, was there any particular stuff you guys wanted to do at the church? Because, if you don't want to do, like, a specific RP thing, we can just kind of say you guys head off to the church. But if there was something you specifically wanted to do there, we can do it live. It's up to you
I'm
guys.
just gonna go help Violent.
Yeah, I figured Kaj was heading there just to kind of go help out, and we didn't need to cover that. But then everybody else started going too, so I
Yeah.
thought maybe Ruva wanted to do something in particular. Or...
Ruva wanted to, but is gonna chicken out and then just help Kaj and pretend that's what they wanted to do the whole time.
Okay. Then if we don't want to go into all that, then we can stay here if you want, and you guys can head off. It's up to you guys.
Sounds good.
I was just about to like mess around, not even like pretend I'm doing stuff and not.
All right. Well, for reference, the way that would go, They would be relieved to see Kaj because they're a little short-staffed, so they'll want you to help Kaj, and they'll kind of put you to work mixing various remedies and stuff like that. And then Ruva, after you sort of chicken out and go to help, they'll put you to work chopping up ingredients and such to mix potions that they've been trying to use to attempt to lessen the effects of Silvervein to varying degrees of success. And Tibber, they're gonna insist that you help since you're just kind of like loitering around, and they just kind of every once in a while someone will just shove something into your hands and be like, "Here, can you actually can you cut that out for me?" and then immediately move on to go do something else.
Yeah, I'll just fucking follow. Just exactly follow down to the T what I'm told. After that, stand still and look scared.
And for those who want to stay at the church overnight, the priests there have just been using the pews covered in old linens as beds since they don't have any space, and they're using all the space for the sick. So they'd offer the same to you.
Sounds good.
Yep.
Gail, you remain at the bar with Pavlova. Is there anything in particular you want to do?
Alright, so first thing is I want to know how much if I want to get glasses. I only have 5 silver, so I can't buy a lot. But I would like to get 2 glasses. It's okay if it's just the glasses or if it's alcohol with it. That's first.
Well, I can lend you glasses for free. It's a
Great,
little
I'll
bit
take free.
unusual. All right, all right.
I'm unusual. Don't worry about it.
He just passes you some glasses and says, "All right, here you are. Don't break them. You got to return them at the end of the night."
You got it, dude. Do.
Oh, are we leaving? Oh, right.
Come on, Peppy. Alright, there's a glass for you, glass for me. That's all I really had planned. I was gonna just drink and watch them.
All right. Pavlova is going to attempt to drink less tonight because she wants to kind of keep an eye on the other people in the tavern that the kids mentioned. Though you can persuasion check her if you wanted to drink more, I guess. Drink as much
No,
as you.
I'll
She's going to
do
just kind of
that.
sip a one glass throughout the night since she doesn't want to be rude. But if you want to both get drunk again, you can try and get her to. But she doesn't.
no,
want to.
that's alright.
Very
I
good.
wasn't actually gonna get drunk. I just wanted to look cool in front of my friends. I actually
Fair.
just wanted
Very good.
to sip. Yeah, my head still hurts.
Alrighty. Then that's what you do for the rest of the night. Yeah, still fighting off the other. Yeah, she does. She needs a booster TV, right? Still fighting off the last hangover. Probably not wise to get another one on top. Stack those.
I just
effects.
assume she sits on her knees in a chair
Yeah,
to
she's
fit
not.
to see.
It's not particularly
Oh,
tall.
yeah.
She stacks some of those books that she's carrying around on her. Sits on them.
She's like swinging her legs.
All right. Then if the three of you are staying at the church overnight, and then Gail, you have the 2 beds that you already paid for here, upstairs, in the larger room. Then long rest if you need it, and we'll roll around to morning.
Wait, you're telling me that whole time none of them ever did anything? Like they didn't all leave or do anything like that?
Yeah, eventually they would leave.
Or did they leave at like suspicious intervals?
Yeah. Actually, let me summarize how they do it. You'll see occasionally, as you're watching, these rather suspicious folk. From time to time, someone will come over to Amelia, and you'll see her just kind of talk quietly to the person, and then actually, yeah, make a perception check as she talks quietly with the person. All right. You do not notice her hand off small parcels to the people. But they talk quietly with Milia, and then the person will get up, but Milia will stay seated, and then she'll sit by herself for a while, and then the same thing will continue. So for several times throughout the night, people will sit down, talk with Milia, and then get up and leave. And the same thing actually occurs with this fellow here, once or twice only, though, and not nearly as frequently. You can make another perception for that. Let's check for that guy. More people throughout the night, maybe 5 or 6 people come to talk with Milia, but only 1 or 2 come to talk with this fellow here. But you don't see what he does with them. He just sort of looks like he's talking quietly with them in the corner. And then, like with Milia, the person gets up to leave, and he stays put.
This
and
one?
then, this fellow here in the corner. And then, at sort of the earlier hours, maybe past midnight, eventually you see Milia, and then eventually later this fellow both get up and leave at different intervals, not together. But this fellow here stays put until the very end of the night, when it starts to get rather late. And then that once everybody else has kind of made their way out of the tavern, some of them drunkenly stumbling, some of them raucously cheering, you see, once everybody else has flooded out and it's really only you, these two are gone. It's only you and Pavlova, and perhaps maybe anybody else who's staying in the other beds upstairs. You see the bartender and this guy walk over towards the door. And then they just kind of shake hands, and this fellow leaves. And then Keswick locks the door behind him as he sort of cleans up for the night. And then from then on in the night, you're just sort of alone with Keswick. The others filter up into the beds upstairs to sleep, and he just spends the time cleaning the bar, fixing things up, straightening everything for the next day.
All right. I'm satisfied.
And so if you want to head up to sleep, then you can long rest.
You got it, dude.
All right. So as morning rolls around and the next day arrives, Gail, you and Pavlova eventually wake, not sporting the same hangover as last time, feeling a little bit better today. And can tell me what you want to do. Pavlova just sort of, as she's yawning and waking up, all right, what's the plan then for today?
Probably just to reconvene with the children. Oh, shit, I should have gone out at night. Double check. Well, yeah. So we'll probably need to check with the kids.
All right, where are we meeting them again?
I
Let
don't
me
know.
see. Just
Here,
out
I think?
front
Outside?
here, I think.
I think so. But outside, not in the tavern.
No, man, we better head there then.
Alright. Boop-a-doop-a-doo. Rap-a-doo. Oh, hi.
He's not there.
Talking to ghosts.
As you make your way down in the to the tavern floor, it's pretty much empty. As Keswick's just kind of setting stuff up, and he just kind of nods at you as you make your way by. But the drunken jester's pretty empty. As for the folk at the church, You guys managed to get a relative amount of sleep. Perhaps maybe sleeping in shifts to help assist, as that's what all the priests are doing. They some of them stay up later and they kind of sleep in shifts. But eventually, when morning arrives, you may do what you wish.
Oh man.
You ready, Tibbs?
No.
It's gonna have to happen sooner or later, right?
Yeah. I
Mm,
was trying to put it off, but well, if I'm heading there, where are you guys going?
I'll come with you.
You're coming with?
Yeah.
Okay. I was not expecting that. I mean, if you want to meet people, go for it.
I like to see these people with my own eyes, you know?
Sure. I mean, anybody's welcome.
I'm
uh,
not gonna make you face that down alone anyways.
I mean, I'd go, but I have to go get my dagger.
Oh yeah, is that ready?
It should be.
Could
So
you pick up my oils? Oh fuck, I gotta pick up my oils.
Alright, we can all go stop there then.
Yeah, because that was for them. I can't go before. Forgot all about that. Thank God.
Oh, great. I helped you and your family.
We're gonna step out. I'm gonna look back and wave at Violet. Hey, Violet, good luck. I'll try and come back again tonight.
Yeah, if you can. We're a little short-staffed, so any help is great. Thank you.
Trying to get you a church girl.
Church girl.
Who goes
Mhm.
to church?
She's in our church.
And
Did she
she
read her Bible?
I've never seen her read her Bible.
thinks she's too busy saving lives. Trying to save lives.
Hmm.
She's a little bit. All right.
She may not even be religious.
Then, if the three of you are making your way to St. Willow Square, then we'll head there. You and you. Be gone.
Vanished.
Smited from reality.
And yet,
Oh no!
And yet he persists.
He comes
Real.
back stronger.
You've grown since I last saw you.
Bigger.
So you make your way back to the center of town where folk are kind of beginning their days, starting to bustle about through the center of the city. And Tibber, you make your way to the apothecary to pick up what you left with your father.
Yep.
Kaz, you waiting by the fountain, and
Yep.
Ruva heading to the blacksmith.
Mhm.
Tibbs, do you need me to bring you in there, or are you just picking up what you left?
Yeah, just picking up.
All right, very well. Then we'll deal with Ruva's thing, and then we'll move on. Alrighty. Back to Glory's Forge. Be gone. he keeps appearing. So you make your way in the early morning back to the blacksmith in St. Willow Square, Glory's Forge. And the blacksmiths inside are hard at work, but Grady turns when he sees you enter. First, just kind of thinking you're another customer, and goes, "Morning to you. Oh, you're to pick up what you left with me, then."
Yes.
Aye, well, finished it up just late last night, so here you are. And he kind of makes his way over to one of the tables and begins to rifle around in some of the crates he has under there and pulls out a cloth wrapped little package there. And he hands it to you. And he goes, "Well, it turned out to be honest, a lot better than I even expected. This material, it's quite nice to work with.
Oh, I'm glad.
Now, you can unwrap it if you want.
Yeah, if everyone wants to look at it.
Very well. You unwrap the dagger that you were given, which has a slightly kind of odd curve to it from the shape of the tail itself. A little spike that was on the end of the tail had a bit of a curve to it, so the dagger itself follows that shape. And the what was I gonna say? I literally just like had like the information was in my brain and then it disappeared. Strange. All right. So the curve of the dagger has one of the edges is ever so slightly serrated, much like the tail spike itself was. But it's been sort of filed flatter so that it's a bit more effective as a stabbing and slicing weapon. And it has this sort of hilt that's been forged into it, where it was just a random spike that fell off of the tail. It now has an actual place to grip it from. And Grady has sort of taken a bit of artistic liberty, and he's sort of fashioned it to look rather nice. You can see these sort of little markings that he's placed along the hilt of the dagger, right where the blade meets it, that are shaped like 3 little red dots stacked like the eyes of the Ellen Tretchend.
This is beautiful.
Aye, it turned out quite nice. Now, every good weapon needs a name, and I wouldn't take that honor from you. I've just been calling it the Third Eye Dagger, but it's up to you what you want to name it.
I think I'll have to think about it for a while.
Of course. No need to decide right now. But listen, when I was working with that dagger, it had some strange properties. Something about material of that tail of the Aelin Tretchend, you said. It seemed to retain some properties, perhaps from the beast itself. I've not seen an Aelin Tretchend, but I've heard talk of them. I've even seen a drawing or two of someone who said they'd seen one. Said that they had 3 eyes, so I've added that little detail to the hilt there.
What sort of properties?
Well, it's a bit complicated to describe, to be honest. I felt, while I was forging it, a strange sensation, as if I was more aware, I suppose. Well, I guess that's why I gave it the name. I felt as though I had 3 eyes.
Oh. That is interesting.
As though I was aware of things that were going on behind me. Everything. Even when I closed my eyes. It's a mighty fine dagger that you just had me forge, and I'm quite proud of it.
Well, you've done a great job. Ruba's gonna hand 2 more gold to him.
Thank you.
This is excellent work. Much better than I had hoped, so thank
Well,
you.
We do our very best here at Glorious Forge.
If I need another weapon as fine as this one, I know where to come.
Aye, that you do, lass.
Thank you. Ruva's just staring at the dagger as she's walking out.
All right. So because you got this forged at an actual place that was capable of doing magic item stuff, I won't make you waste time identifying or arcana checking. He explained it decent enough. So this is a +1 dagger, so +1 to attack rolls and
Audit. Ah.
damage rolls, which is just sort of its general property. It's just a nicer thing than using a standard metal. But in addition to that, while you are attuned to this dagger, you have blind sight for 30 feet and cannot be blinded.
30 feet?
Mm.
Indeed.
Jesus Christ.
That's good. That's very good. Ruva's very happy with this.
Or you just ripped that dude off. Even a +1, you ripped him off.
Yep.
Not particularly. I lower all my prices from the standard because I give you guys less money.
Yeah, but a +1 dagger is even expensive itself. Oh, she got a good deal.
She did get a good deal.
You did get a good deal, but
There's whole fighting styles that give less blind sight than that. Oh yeah. Now you better
Right.
hit everything.
So
I mean, it's only a +1. Only. They're just gonna be alert.
Only a +1.
No, I'm just saying it's still gonna be possible to miss,
yeah, of course.
considering the rolls that certain people get. You know.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah,
That thing looks fancy.
Wow.
it's beautiful. I need to think of a name.
I thought you already have names like always on the ready.
What? No, not for
usually pretty quick with them.
knives.
Yeah, I mean it's normally instant.
No, but knives are different.
But you know its name before you use it.
No, I don't think so.
Well, as much as I'd like to not stab people,
Oh,
it'd be safe.
I'm gonna stab people.
Yeah.
I need a name.
What about I don't know. I'm not good with names.
Yeah. I'm gonna meet you guys here when you're done with tips. When you're done with your family. Just in case the butler comes and says we can come in.
Okay.
Right.
So I will be at the good
Probably
grace.
check on Gale and Pavlova too when you get a chance.
They should be fine. Roll us with them. Rova's gonna go to the good graces.
Okay. Then we will go to. Who should we do first? Let's go. You guys are heading up out of the city, yeah, the two of you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's do
Big
that first.
walkies.
Let's do that first. Actually, let's. We haven't used this map at all today. Let's see how it loads. I'm curious.
That ass cat.
Right, that's better. So you make your way from St. Willow Square up to the eastern side of the city, and out the gates and past the sort of makeshift camp that's been set up there in order to travel further north, kind of towards the smaller forest up there. and eventually arrive at the Godfrey estate. So just give me 1 second.
I should warn you.
Yes.
Not you. Sorry.
Yes,
I tried to keep talking, but I yawned.
What was
You
that?
should-
Wait
you
for
should
the
also
sky
warn-
tips. That was scary.
Sorry. I should warn you. I haven't obviously seen these people in a while. So they could be completely different than when I know them.
We'll figure it out, yeah.
Yeah. I'm just, not only am I remembering from how many years ago, I'm also, last time I saw them, I was a little kid.
Right.
So I'll try my best.
Be right there with you.
Yeah. This ambience goes off. Ding, ding, ding. Hell yeah.
Oh, yeah, we should switch that back. Thank you for reminding me.
They're going to town over there, the blacksmith.
Yo, what they hammering over there?
Blacksmith follows you, banging his hammer against a piece of metal the entire way, just for fun. Alright, this is better. Okay. That's better. Alright. So Tibber and Kaj, the two of you make your way back down the path through part of Sunnyside, but not too far from the city before you take that little fork in the road and head north towards the Godfrey estate. And eventually, as you make your way along that winding dirt path, you see the manor and its tall gates that sit in front of it, off in the distance. And as you begin to make your way toward it, getting a little bit closer, you can see through those wrought iron gates and can see that one of the guards stands out front by the gate, and then the other is a little further back and is talking with someone.
Damn it. Oh, wait. I can't remember this guy's name.
Yeah, me neither.
I think I wrote it down. Did I?
Make an intelligence check. And I can
Did
tell
he
you.
even give us it? Okay.
I think he did.
I think you did too. I'm pretty sure I wrote it down.
I think he did too, but I just
Tell me what you got, because I'm in a different tab.
I can't find it. I might not
I meant on the
might not have
check.
written it down.
All right, yeah, with the name.
Oh, 18, sorry.
His name is Darren.
Darren. Why did I not write that down?
And he's sort of standing near the gate, just standing watch. And he kind of approaches as you make your way up to the gate, and he recognizes you from before, the two of you having visited before, and says, morning. Is there something you needed?
Morning.
Morning.
Just want to make my way through. Got some people to talk to, if you don't mind.
All right. It should be all right with Garrett. Oh, right. Yeah. He kind of looks back towards Garrick on the far end, who is talking with Edward. And Garrick
Think it
sort
will
of
be, yeah.
Garrick sort of looks towards the gate and sees the two of you on the other side, and just kind of gives a little wave of his gauntlet towards Derek, who then looks a little bit more confident in what he's doing, and he goes, "Yeah, all right, I'll open it for you." And he he opens the gate for you and allows you in.
Thank you. You're doing great. Promise. I don't think anybody else would be expected to see me, so
He just gives you a nod and says, "Thanks."
We'll be good.
Yeah, I hope so.
As you make your way down the path towards the manor and the two standing there talking, you can kind of overhear Garrick's voice. He talks a little bit louder than basically everybody else, and he says, "You're heading out again, Master Edward?" And then sort of a quieter voice from Edward. "Yes, just to the city again, Garrick." And then the two kind of see you as you approach, and Edward just kind of gives you a glance and just kind of does like a bit of a double take. Is that
Hi.
you, Tipper?
Yeah.
And the two kind of walk towards you as they continue down the path.
Sorry.
No, don't apologize. You look so much older. I almost didn't recognize you.
It's been a little while. You've grown yourself. I mean,
It has, yes. I suppose I have as well. I did not expect to see you when I set out this morning. What's your business here?
Well, I've been around the city recently, and well, I've been meaning to come here, but been putting it off a little bit. But I also have another reason, I guess, outside of just, after all these years, just finally coming back. But
I see. Well, what's your other reason?
well, I overheard you're going into the city.
Yes. Are you headed that way? We can walk if you want.
Yeah. I think we probably have the same overlap here, so
I apologize.
save
How rude
me,
of me. You should introduce your friend, Tips.
Oh, sorry. This is Kaj.
Nice to meet you.
Shakes your hand. Nice to meet you as well.
He kind of took after you when I was sent away. Spent most of our time in the forest.
Oh yeah. All right. Should we walk then?
Yeah.
All right.
Save me an unwanted reunion right now.
And
I was just
Garrick.
gonna like put some distance between them and like walk behind them.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'm specifically waiting till we're away from this guy to talk.
Garrick just kind of gives you a wave with his gauntlet as you're heading on. I'll keep the horse for you. Come
I'll be back
whenever you want.
Yeah, I'll be back.
Keep up the good work, Darren.
All right. Let me copy this through. Yeah.
This is best case scenario right now. Let's go.
Alrighty. Let's get rid of these portraits and replace with these portraits. All right. So you walk your way along the dirt path, kind of heading back towards Glory Bell as you do, eventually seeing the city walls in the distance. And Edward just sort of asks, I must say, I didn't expect you to visit. You said you had business in the city then?
I didn't plan to come here for a long time. But
I see. Well, why did you end up visiting then?
we just graduated, I guess you could say, from the orphanage. And
Oh, I see.
Our main benefactor, Miss Sullivan, sure you're aware. Um, we're here on terms for her. And, well, like I said, wasn't planning on talking to you anytime soon, but I noticed you were also trying to talk to Mr. Sullivan.
Hmm. Right. Yeah. Well, Mother wanted me to, I suppose, build rapport with some of the other nobles. What with, me eventually taking over the household and all that. And so I've been visiting a few of the nobles and trying to get to know them and uh, create some sort of friendly relationship, I suppose. And well, it's been going all right for the most part. But I arranged a meeting with Lord Sullivan, and then I showed up, and he cancelled, and then I showed up again to uh, try and arrange another one, and his butler sent me away, and well, for the life of me, I can't get inside.
Yeah, we were also trying to get some sort of counsel or just talk to him at all. Our things are probably unrelated, I hope, but I wanted to talk to you in case you had any idea why you weren't able to get any of these meetings with him.
Yes,
I
well,
mean, is he gone or
I don't believe so. He's just been reclusive of late. I'm not incredibly sure why, but suppose nobles can be a bit eccentric, and well, when you have a manner like that, sometimes there's no reason to leave, especially with servants to tend to things. But it is a little odd that I can't even speak with him, even for an afternoon tea or something like that.
do you know if Ken was able to get any conversation with him? Is he around? I mean, I'm aware that you're trying to build up a repertoire, and it's a good idea, but I'm not aware of how your family politics works.
Well, he's been a bit busy, and I've been trying to handle this myself. I wanted to sort of prove to Mother that I'm capable of this, and so I've been, doing my research. I've been looking into the noble families, sort of what would impress each of them, and what would make them more likely to build some sort of rapport for the future. And so some of them were quite nice, but Lord Sullivan has been evasive at best.
I'll look back at Kaj and look back. Do you think maybe he's sick?
That was something I was thinking.
I mean, with this whole silver vein thing going on, it definitely seems to take more effect in older people. Not aware of how old he is, but typically head of houses are, you know,
Or
pushing
how
it.
cold can he be compared to Lady Syndra?
Well,
Would imagine similar.
I suppose it's possible.
I
But I
mean,
have
that
been
seems like a reason.
trying to, well, ask around a little bit about the nobles. It's rather frustrating trying to deal with Lord Sullivan, so I did a bit of digging
That's
to
why
try to
we've
see
come to
why he
you.
wasn't meeting with me. And well, I did suspect perhaps that there was something wrong with him, that he was ill. That's why he wasn't receiving guests. But I watched the manor a little bit, and I asked around with those who might know, and well, he hasn't purchased any amount of herbs or potions or tinctures recently, and one would expect that a nobleman who was ill would be doing all manner of things to attempt to get better.
What Miss Sullivan was doing.
Indeed. So I asked around and couldn't find anything of the sort, and none of that sort of spending habit. I also watched the manor a little bit, and was not receiving any visitors like me, but I did see a few fellows go inside, which makes me think that, well, it's not receiving no visitors at all, but only certain visitors.
Who did you see go in?
Well, I didn't really get a good look at their faces. They were sort of facing the gate, and I was back in the alley. It was, I think, 3, 4 of them. They spoke a little bit with the butler, and then he let them inside, but it was too far away to hear what they said.
First of all, I'm sorry, but you sneaking around in an alley, that's hilarious.
Well, it wasn't the original plan. I was just going to head back home, but then
You
I saw
are-
those fellows approaching, and, well, I got curious.
You are far better than anything I would ever assume. Okay. Did they have any resemblance to each other? Did they have like a patch or like a defining color?
Well, again, I didn't get an incredibly good look at them. They were wearing sort of rougher-looking leathers, sort of rough-looking folk. Those that you might expect, get in fights, that sort of thing.
And you said there were 2?
I think 3.
3. I look back at Kaj like, does that line up?
3 of them?
How many made it back?
Could have been 3.
Edward, do you know any groups or anybody with the name B that is high ranking or important at all?
I mean, Lord Bainbridge is the one that comes to mind first.
Besides him,
well,
are there any
beside
groups
him,
or do you
none,
know anything?
none that come to mind. I can keep my ear tuned for it. But none that come to
Yeah.
mind. I'm sorry.
That's fine. I'm just, figuring out I'd ask anything. It's been rough trying to find stuff.
Now listen, there was something else when I was doing a bit of research into the nobles to try to, well, figure out how to gain their favor. I found something else.
You are just killing it. What was it?
Well, it's not suspicious. It's just odd, I suppose. I'm not really sure what to think of it. Well, when I was looking into some of them, I found that they do business deals with each other, which that made sense. The other noble families, they all run merchandise from time to time. Some run trade ships off the coast as well, even up in trade water. But they all deal in different merchandise. But when I was looking into them, I found one of them who was funneling coin toward workers. And I thought that would be expected, but mine workers. And I thought that was a little odd. Because, well, Lord Musgrave has really no business in mines.
Are there even any mines near here?
Well, not that I know of. that was the odd thing.
Lord Musgrave is dumping money in mine workers?
Yes, and well, I suppose perhaps trying to reach out into other business endeavors is what I originally thought. And so I really thought nothing of it when I learned that. It's just a businessman doing business, you know? But then I found
Wow.
something else that was a little odd.
Okay.
When I was meeting with Lady Navincia, Antoinette Navincia, she was meeting with me in one of her offices. And, well, it was just a cordial meeting over tea, and then she rushed out of there on business. One of her servants came in and was asking her a bunch of questions, so they took it into the other room, I suppose for privacy. And, well, I'm incredibly proud of this, but the papers were sitting right there on her desk. And so I just took a glance at them.
Okay.
And there I found a ledger. She was also funneling coin towards mining supplies. And that was also odd because Navincia, I know she doesn't deal in mines. I thought that was too much of a coincidence to just be both of them reaching out into business. There was no mention of Lord Musgrave either.
So the Musgraves and Navincias are not working together,
Well, I suppose
but
it's possible that they might be working together. She didn't have any note of mine workers, and he didn't have any note of mining supplies. That was why I thought it odd that they didn't mention each other. You'd think if this was some sort of formal business partnership that there would be mention of that now.
so they're splitting it up so it doesn't seem as suspicious that one person's buying everything.
Well, like I said, it's hard to say. I can't prove anything,
Uh,
and so I can't say suspicious. Just odd.
I'm no judge, but that's got something to look into. I mean,
From what I gathered, there doesn't seem to be any other reason why they would be doing something like that. So it just struck me as odd. I thought I'd bring it up.
I'm glad you did. I mean, we're looking for anything right now. I mean, it's hard getting stuff when you're just some random orphans walking around.
Oh, well, happy to provide the info that I can.
Well,
Now, you said you wanted to meet with Lord Sullivan as well. What was your purpose?
well, we're currently looking into the cure for Silvervein. And the lead we have is that he might have a vital key to something that could lead to it.
I see Lord Sullivan has something like that.
We don't know, but it's our only lead that we are currently looking into. At least we have a couple other things, but that's like our main thing we're trying to figure out. That's why we were there. Well, we were going to be there just about when you were leaving, but we didn't have much luck either.
I see. Huh. Well, he has been elusive. Did you have any plans to try to meet with him? Perhaps we could work together.
Kind of. Um, Thing is, we figured if you couldn't get any time with him, that we'd have to do something more extreme too. But our plans were more set for tonight. Really, I mean, We're
Well-
kind of just hoping we were gonna get something during the day and work more towards it at night.
He has been blowing me off for many days now. I had put together a bit of a gamble, I suppose, that I was going to try if I couldn't get in after a few more attempts.
Oh,
Well, with the nobles all connected by a mine, I was going to gamble on perhaps him being connected as well, and simply try to meet with him on that premise in an attempt to catch his attention. I know he doesn't want to just have tea with some young nobleman, so I figured something like that might catch his attention.
you would fit into this group pretty well because we had a similar idea, not exactly the same, but you know,
Really?
the essence of taking risks.
I'm glad to see that I'm not that insane, at least.
I mean, you're getting far more done than we ever are.
I'm sure that's not true.
You have more pull too, though. I mean, you have the name to back you at least.
Well, the name does help a little bit, but apparently not much with Lord Sullivan.
I don't know if much will help with him. He seems,
Quite stubborn,
No.
yes.
yeah, and that's saying something considering.
Considering the other nobles,
Cambridge.
yes.
Yeah, he was.
You are
That
right
was a
about
bit
that.
rough. Were you just heading there now then?
Yes, I was going to attempt to talk with the butler again and see if he would give me any sort of other information. See if I could try to schedule another meeting, but I didn't really have much hope.
Maybe we should just head there then.
I suppose, I don't know what your plans were. I don't want to interfere with anything.
We're free during the day.
All right, then I'll travel with you. Just tell me where we're headed.
We'll follow you.
All right, so the three of you make your way back to the city. And where in particular are you headed in the city? Just so I can get a sense of where everybody's going.
I think we should link up with Ruva Kaj.
Yeah, probably. If we're gonna go there anyways.
Probably the best bet, though. Ruva's not gonna like it.
Yep.
Can at least
Alright.
plan something.
River will like a chance to get in there at least.
Yeah.
So, let's go quickly back to Gail and Pavlova. So another meanwhile. The two of you make your way out of the Drunken Jester and kind of wait off to the side along one of the buildings for the kids to return with the little quest that you've given them. And eventually you see a couple of them walking down the street towards you. Here, let me just move these two.
I thought they'd never come.
And they notice you standing off to the side. Is there a better one? Is this the better one? Which is the better one? I think this is the worst one. Oh well, we'll leave it on this one for a second. I'll switch it back if this is the worst one. I need to figure out which one is the worst one now so that I can just delete the bad one. So the kids make their way up to you, Gil and Pavlova. And just sort of stand slightly at attention and go, "We're back from the mission you gave us."
Oh, good. How'd it go?
Well, my group, we watched the manor.
Which one? Oh, right.
And we split into two, and the others watched Good Graces. From what I've heard of the report of the Good Graces group, they didn't really see anything, just, folk heading in to the tavern. No one who looked out of the ordinary.
Oh, man. What about the other group?
As for the manor, well, it was all quiet all night.
Hmm.
Yeah, this is the one with like a baby crying. I think this is the worst one.
And you're at the Sullivans?
Yes, yeah, we watched Sullivan Manor.
Did you by chance keep any eye on Bainbridge?
Well, it was down the street, so if there was someone there, we might have seen them, but we didn't really see anyone there either. It was mostly just quiet. The guards were out front, and we kind of stayed away from them, and just sort of watched from the alleyways. Nobody met with Lord Sullivan, and we didn't see anyone that we noticed out front of the Bainbridges.
Hmm.
It seems like it was all quiet all night.
How strange. Alright, well.
Yeah, let me switch back to the other one. I don't like the baby crying. It's annoying. I'll turn this one down slightly. There. Was there anywhere you wanted us to watch today?
I don't know. I mean, perhaps the same. Pav, do you have any ideas?
I suppose the same. I don't know if I have any ideas really.
Hmm. How about we'll reconvene later today, and let me speak to the others.
Oh,
Maybe
right.
they've got something.
We can
What?
we can do other things too. Even if you don't want us to watch the place, we can get you money. We can pickpocket for you.
That's all right. Don't need to do anything illegal.
Oh, all right.
But we'll speak later.
No, wait, when do you want to meet us again? And where, I suppose?
Now we can just meet over here again. Probably. Let's say an hour before supper.
No, all right. We'll be there.
Alright, good. Alright, Pav. Let's, I guess, try and find the others.
Then whereabouts are you headed in the city?
The hell if I know. I don't know. I guess the square?
All right, sounds good. Everybody else is headed there, so that'll work.
Oh, shit. That actually worked out. I was guessing.
All right, so Ruva, you went into Good Graces, so let's just quickly deal with that. Oh, that's the wrong room. Slightly too far. Go back downstairs. You jump up into the upper window, and then make your way down the stairs from there.
Yeah. Acrobatics check?
So you make your way into Good Graces. It's early in the morning, so folk are not. The tavern's not particularly busy, but you can see some of the regulars there. Some of the people who are staying there, eating their breakfast as you enter, and the tavern keeper just kind of quietly cleaning some glasses.
Rova smiles and nods in Lucifer's direction and goes over to the barkeep.
Yeah, you here for breakfast?
Actually, I was wondering if someone had stopped by with uh with a message for me?
Yeah, someone did stop by. Your Ruva, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Rupert.
Yes, I think that was the name they gave. And you see her just kind of rifle around and eventually find a small little scrap of paper. I jotted down the message. It said, on behalf of Sullivan Manor and the estate of Lord Sullivan, we regret to inform you that we cannot meet with you at this time.
Okay. Thank you. Hmm.
It sounds
River
like
kind of just.
serious business.
Yeah.
Did you want this? She just kind of holds the hastily jotted note that she took of the message. I don't need it.
Sure.
You can toss it in the fire
River
if you want. I
smiles.
don't need it.
No, River takes it and just kind of smiles, thanks her, and then like wanders out to go sit by the fountain and look at her knife.
All right. Then you wait by the fountain, and after a short amount of time, you see Kaj and Tibber make their way back through the city streets, making their way towards the fountain, accompanied by the man that you had seen before.
Hey, Ruva.
Hi, Tips. What's up?
Well, we might have a new plan.
Oh,
We got some
never.
I remember
real
you.
good Oh yeah. Ruva, this is Edward. Edward, Ruva.
I know.
Believe we've
We've
met
met.
before.
Oh yeah. Sorry, that was when I ducked away.
Well, if she's with you, then I suppose that was when you were also looking into the manor. Then.
Yeah.
Yes. What are you doing here?
Well, I've talked a bit with Tibber and Kaj, I suppose, about it, and well, it seems like our goals slightly overlap.
He's gotten a lot more information than we have.
Oh. What kind of information? Riva is smiling very widely.
Essentially. Oh, there's Gale. Perfect timing. Maybe we should go somewhere just a little more private.
Where are we all gonna
Of
fit?
course.
We could go to my dad's. Literally right there. Does that work?
Bring it away.
um. Sure.
You don't have to talk to anyone. It's just to share the information.
Oh, hey, Gail. What's up?
That was awful.
What was awful?
So boring.
Oh,
What was boring?
did you finish that one?
Yes.
Nice.
Hey, you're not hungover? You hungover?
Are you hungover?
I didn't drink.
All right then.
What?
What? Anyways,
Everything's so sour today.
what? No, I'm fine. But I'm really bored. Fucking suck.
Well, I have some
anyway.
information to share.
Oh, I also have information. Well,
Good.
kind of.
Let's fucking convene somewhere. Otherwise, this tension's gonna kill me.
I guess technically I have a lack of information.
All right.
Look at my knife.
Who are you showing?
You.
Oh, wait, can I see it for a second?
Oh,
No.
Eee,
Lorenzo.
eee.
Uh, it
Just for a
is.
moment.
It is shiny, Gale.
Mm.
All right, you can stand in here.
I'm gonna stand by the window.
Ruva is also
I'll
going to
actually
stand by the other window.
Oh, okay.
God, you
Uh,
guys are so angsty. Just talk.
I know,
I'm gonna-
right? Fuck me, dude.
I'm just gonna
Just
sit
so no
right
one's
here on the
following
ground. Crisscross applesauce.
I hope it's fine if we talk here for a minute. We don't have anywhere else to go right now.
Yes. Oh, all right. Of course.
Also, I don't know if you ever met, but this is Edward. Edward, this is my dad.
Well,
Other dad.
it's nice. It's nice to meet you. And you as well.
All right. Why are we so spread? I'm not gonna yell this information out.
I know this information already.
Yeah, I'm more asking Ruva. Why is she across the room? I'm trying to keep it quiet so I don't.
Okay, okay. She'll stand by the door to make sure like no one's coming in. Wow. Busy shop, huh?
What?
Nothing. What do you have to say?
Okay. Essentially, Edward has been trying to talk to the Sullivans himself. And for some reason, Mr. Sullivan doesn't want to talk to anybody. But he saw 2 people, 3 people, I think, going in one night. He wasn't able to get much of a description, but they seemed rugged. I don't know if they could be the same people we're looking for, or the people that followed us, or not followed us, but preceded us. Regardless, he did some digging and found out that the Musgraves and the Navincias are putting some money into this mining, some sort of mining program or something. They're putting money into mining supplies and mining people, though they aren't directly tied together in any ledger or anything.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so someone takes care of the explosives, the other people take care of the mining. And
Maybe.
the mine probably has something to do with the forest. Okay, continue.
We don't know where this mine is, but
Well, we can check the forest.
we could. There also could be more rich people involved.
I'm
Um,
assuming they're all involved at this point.
I am also assuming that, but um, he was thinking of bringing this up in an attempt to be able to talk to Mr. Uh, I'm forgetting the name. Oh God, Mr. Dude, I just said
Musgrave?
no.
Uh,
Sullivan.
Francis.
Yeah, no, yeah, whoever, whoever we're trying to talk to in the Sullivan,
Mhm.
the one who's not being cooperative.
Mhm.
So we have a couple different options now. We know something with a mine. We have no idea if that mine has anything to do with what we're looking for, but it is a suspicious thing that stands out. We have a potential way of getting in to talk to Mr. Sullivan. Am I missing anything? Gosh,
No, that's about all I remember.
yeah. So potentially changes some things. Any thoughts?
Ruva smiles at Ed and says, "Thank you so much for your time, and the information is very valuable. Um, You know your way home, though, right?
What's that?
You know how to get home from here?
Yeah, I've known this city for my whole life. Why?
Oh, perfect. Okay. Well, I don't think we'll be needing you, but thank you again.
What do you mean? He's like our main thing to get in.
He just kind of turns and looks at you, Tiver, and just kind of unsure of what to say.
I give him like a half puzzled but half like, okay, look. He's pretty vital to getting into the Sullivans. I know you don't like that,
No, no,
but
no. Why?
because he has information we do not.
I
Even if you
thought
were to
you just gave us the information.
even if you
Is he
were to
hiding
copy him,
information now?
why are you just assuming bad things? We have a good way here. This is some good information.
I know. I thanked him for it.
But he's been building repertoire with these people for I don't know, probably many years now. He knows some nuances we do not. So if we are questioned on a little thing or a very specific thing, you would not be able to copy that unless you spent some very, very quality time with him. Am I wrong?
Okay. All right.
But
I
we
said
don't have to
already.
do things together. Nope, we don't have to do things together. He could go in by himself like it was planned, and we could do our thing tonight. I'm just
I
saying
mean,
we have
at this point,
possibilities.
let's just use him.
Why not both?
Not really.
Because, I
I'm
mean,
saying.
why take extra danger if we can just
Well, we
use
can go in
him,
this
right?
first time with Edward, right? Probably not all of us, unless you think you can get us all in there.
I don't think it would make sense for all of us to go anyways.
I don't think we were all planning on going on our own thing anyway. So yeah, doesn't.
Okay, so we have a plan.
So what's that plan?
He goes in and does, you know, whatever it is he does.
And then we're going tonight, or you two are going tonight?
I don't see why. If he does a good enough job, we won't have to.
He's going on his own fruition. He doesn't know what we're here exactly to do.
Okay,
We just
all right.
overlap enough that we could potentially be of use.
Is it just me, or is Riva being really weird?
No,
I feel
I'm-
like we're putting personal.
I'm confused. So he's gonna do his thing. We're gonna do ours.
Well, by your thing that you just said, we wouldn't be doing ours,
No, 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 no.
or
At
would we be
first I
going like
thought we
to the
weren't,
mine?
but you're saying that we are. So I'm wondering, why is he here since our job has in no way changed?
Well, you just said we wouldn't be going, so
No,
I'm trying
I
to figure
thought
out are
we
we
weren't.
going or not.
I thought we weren't because you had said that he was going to do a thing, but now you're saying that his thing has nothing to do with our thing. So really, you're just telling me a bunch of information that I don't need. Basically, what you've told me is that this kid, she points at Ed, is going to do what he planned to do today. That is all that you have told me.
I gave us possible other leads. Why are we being hostile right now? I thought we are working towards the same goal
I'm
here.
not hostile.
You are being very hostile.
No, I'm not.
Pavlova glances at dagger that Ruva's holding, and then
I am
glances
going to
back.
look at everybody in the room, and there is a very tense energy here that is only being emanated from you. If we want to continue our thing where he goes right now or whenever he was going, and we go later, that's fine. Is that what we're gonna do?
I clearly am missing something. So I will let
That's a yes or no question.
you all.
This is to all three of you.
Hmm.
Are we following our original goal of going tonight?
We can still do both, can't we?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's up
I'm
to you.
going in disguise tonight, anyways. So
Yeah, so I mean, we don't have to go with Ed right now. Like he could go alone and
Ed could
just
also
tell
get
us.
away with bringing an entourage with him, right? It'd be a good idea to get somebody in there just take a look around.
I mean, we could all go now, and then you two go disguise later. But
Oh, they don't want to see us, by the way.
okay. Well,
Ed, you said you were bringing up the mine. That's how you were going to plan on getting in this time, right?
Well, I was going to try at least a few more times before I did a gamble like that. It's a bit of a risk, you know. So I was going to try once more to see if I could just arrange a normal meeting, and then perhaps try bringing up the mines.
mm,
But I can change that plan if you think it'll work better with yours.
I mean, like Ruva just said, we don't. I mean, they don't want to see us. I don't know if they send word to not see you either, but
Well, I don't imagine I'm going to have any luck getting in there unless I catch his attention somehow, and well, the mine was my only plan to do so.
it might be worth taking a risk.
Yep. And I think it's a good idea for at least a couple of us to go with you, right?
I
Makes it a
suppose.
little less risky.
Do they know your faces around there?
Mm,
They probably know Rubas pretty well.
there might be a chance they remember a little bit, but who knows? I mean, it might not have even been the butler that sent that message. Could have been some like random lowerling or something. So who do we think should go?
Well, they know my face, so I'm out.
Well, you can change your face.
Mm, can I?
According to you, yeah.
She just looks at Edward. So I guess Tibbs, because you were hiding like a coward in that alley, you should be fine.
Am I missing something here? I'm looking at Gale and Kaj.
I don't think it's a good idea to include Ruva in this first step, anyways. They've got some.
Wouldn't it be better to include her? She could get the information from now and then also the information from later. She
I
would be the
think
only one double stepping, besides you, but
getting
I mean, you're
you
not.
to cooperate with Edward right now is likely not going to happen.
Okay, I'll go.
I'm just saying, I'm looking for our best chance of success here.
Yeah,
We're
it makes
running
sense.
on thread right now.
It makes sense.
And you two can stay as far away as you want, and you do not have to talk.
Excuse me, shopkeeper. Is
Uh,
there a place where I can change?
I suppose one of the back storage rooms where I have some of the herbs.
Okay, thanks. Rose's gonna go there and change clothes to fit better.
All right.
Uh,
Kind of
and then
clothes are you
change.
changing into?
Nice. So, just kind of more something that would look better at the seedier side
Okay,
of places.
I got you.
Some fancy clothes.
Something a little rougher.
Yep.
We got you. All right. Then you change and make your way back down.
Okay. Then they're gonna change into them.
Damn.
You got control, right?
Yep.
Good. Okay. All right. Then the person who walks back down the ladder, wearing different clothing, does not resemble Ruva any longer.
Who the hell are you?
All right.
I'm Nolly.
Oh, you sound scary. Edward, you want to go get a drink?
What? Sorry, what?
right now.
Wait, what did you say?
What?
A little bit taken aback. Who are you?
Who, me? Here, don't worry about it. Come with me. He's just a creepy person. Come on.
All right,
Whoa.
Tibber, what's happening?
I don't know.
Heavy. Let's go show Edward that game that we had.
What?
We're drinking.
Right now.
You guys made a game?
I thought we were planning something.
That's all right.
Wait.
They can catch us up later.
We need Ed for this.
Are we
Okay.
not going to the Sullivans?
I'm so confused.
I thought we were keeping
Edward's our
this a
ticket in there.
secret.
Yeah.
I thought we were keeping that as a secret. Never mind. I was joking.
Pablo
I
just
want
got
to
like
see
What
what
is-
this is.
steam coming out of her ears because she's overworking her brain
Yeah.
trying to
I
figure out
mean-
what's going on.
What's happening right
Realistically,
now?
Edward, I trust you, but to be honest,
No, you can't
Ruva
say
would
but. You
prove-
can't say but. You've had him here this whole time, and she's been awkward about it because she wanted him to leave to have conversation, and you've had him here this whole time.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
I
she's
didn't hear
been
the
trying to-
first part. What?
Oh, I got excited. She's been trying to get. It doesn't matter. It's whatever.
I'm sorry, I didn't know. I thought she just wanted to kill him.
No.
I mean, she probably does that too, but I mean,
No, she's not evil. Oh my god. Are you a she anymore?
What?
Are you a they? What are you?
dude, I'm not.
You
I
can't tell
can't
people
see
what
into
they
this
are.
shit too well.
Wow. No, I'm a man.
Nice to meet you, Nolly.
You have the same accent now.
And Nolly just laughs.
Is that Nali like with a K or the G?
No.
How do you spell your name?
I can give them the name tag if you want.
I just imagine Tibbs with a little notepad out right now. He's like,
Do you want me to give them the name tag?
Yes, please.
That is not at all how I expected.
I don't even
What
know
the
what you
heck?
were trying to say.
I did not think we needed two accents until now. This is gonna go well. This is gonna go amazing. Speaking of, what is that accent?
What accent?
Never mind.
Who's going with that word? Who's all going with that word?
Listen, do you want me a part of the plan or not? I can. If I'm going to interfere with your business, I can just wait to have my meeting with Lord Sullivan until later. I don't mind.
They don't want you to go alone, kid. So I'll go with you.
All right.
I can't take it seriously.
Tibbers is just losing. Tibb, please.
Tibbs is dying.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
All right. I suppose it will be nice to have someone else with me.
Wait, sorry, I have to ask this. Does everything change? Like, do you think different too? Or are you actually just looks and talk?
Nolly just stares at you.
Okay,
and
so you're the same.
And twirls his knife.
Wait,
Okay.
is this why you're so flat chested?
Oh. Oh.
Wait, can. So
Bro, he
Sorry,
I
just
wanna
got that. He just got that new knife. I don't know
I
what you
wanna
want to
throw
do.
I wanna throw a dagger at near Gale,
Okay.
but not to hit him.
Yeah.
Just to like
Make an
I
attack
have
roll.
to.
Make an attack roll. If you not won this, it's gonna hit him.
oh boy. Oh boy.
Now's when they would roll a now.
Okay.
All right.
Oh goodness.
Right
Then
between the eyes.
instead, the dagger embeds itself into the wood of the wall behind him.
Oh, what dagger is this?
It's not the nice one. It's not the nice one.
Good,
Yeah, because it'll be
sword's
easy.
gonna
because you know I would
Really,
fucking take that shit.
yeah.
Good, this one's mine anyways.
Nah,
I
whatever.
take it out of the wall.
It says,
Oh, thanks. I've been needing a dagger.
I had like 4 of that.
My pleasure. Where are we going?
Yeah.
So we're clear. We're gonna
Yeah,
have
we're
Edward
going.
use his
Oh my God.
use his information about the mine to get in with an audience right now. Are all of us going with him, or just 2 of you?
I mean, we might as well.
No.
What? The people who
No.
are going later are going to be disguised. I mean, maybe not Pavlova.
I think Pavlova should stay at the inn.
Yeah, she has more sway in the city with other stuff.
Why would all of us go?
Why not?
I'm not gonna go with you, but I'll be nearby.
So us 3.
Okay.
All right. Then the 3 of you, let me copy you. Make your way to Sullivan Manor. Kaj staying nearby, but sort of out of sight. Yeah.
Yep.
And Gail, what's your plan?
Going with,
I
right?
have no idea.
You're coming with, baby.
No, he's not going, right?
Is it just us 2 then?
It's no, and Kaj is nearby.
Well, yeah,
the
but
hell?
I thought it was us.
So what do I do?
Him. Yeah, what's
Stay
Gail
with
doing?
Cav.
What? They're just gonna drink again.
Alright, no, Gil can come with me. We can be nearby.
Okay. What? What would the point? What would the point of all of us going now? Like, how would that make any sense?
Yeah, they've seen.
If they clearly don't want to see us,
Yeah.
why would we also show up? Like, the reason you were going, Tibbs, is because you hid in an alley and they didn't see you.
Yes, I mean, let's go. Send it.
No,
Correct. Yeah. The butler saw Ruva's face, Gail's face, and Kaj's face.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine.
I think you asked Pavlova to stay down the road, right? Or did you bring her with you? Can't remember if she was
I know
up
I
there
wanted
with you
her
or
to
not.
stay at the inn. I don't know if she wants to.
I forget if you sent her away or if she was sent as well, but it doesn't particularly matter.
I don't.
it.
No,
That's
she
it.
wasn't there.
She was gonna go to the inn, right?
Okay, I just
No,
couldn't remember
when we walked
if the butler had seen her face or not, but I don't.
No, she wasn't there.
Oh, okay.
I don't think
okay.
she was there.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so technically she hasn't been seen either, but I don't think you're dragging her along, so doesn't
Yeah, I don't.
particularly matter.
No.
All right, so Pavlova will make her way back to the inn then. I suppose good graces if you wanted to go there, but I guess you can send her to the Drunken Jester too.
Oh
if you
no,
want.
good graces, please.
Oh my god.
We're not
And,
sending our cat to the bedside of town.
the others will make their way to Sullivan Manor. Let's see.
The whole adult. We're just acting like she sounds like our child.
Yeah.
Group child.
Yeah, she's basically the same age as you guys.
Yeah. She's
That's
actually
sadly-
older than some of you. Because
I
it
just
was like
have
she
the
was like
image
19,
of
right?
Pavlova ducking with her hands covering her head when we got in a fight on the boat. So
All right. So
This accent, man, I can't.
Big.
I have to apologize. I had to do it for me, not for Gail. That shit was too funny.
As you make your way back to the nicer side of town, where the manors and the estates are located, at a certain point, Kaj and Gail, the two of you, kind of tuck off to the side and hide yourselves. Nearby, but not within eyesight of anybody, is I'm presuming what you want to do.
Mhm.
And then the others continue. Nolly and Tibber sort of escorting Edward as he makes his way down the cobblestone road and up to the two guards. Now, Nolly, you can see that these are two different guards today. I know that the portraits are the same, but these are two different guys. And they just they do the same thing where they put their hand out and kind of stop you and go, "Yeah, all right, what's your business?" And Edward sort of takes point because you two are kind of taking the position that you're escorting him and not speaking for him, so he has to kind of speak up and do the talking. And he goes, "I would like to speak again with Lord Sullivan. Is he in?" And the guards just go, "All right. Look, we heard about you. You've been here several days now, right?" "Yes. Yes, I have." "And listen, I need to get in. It's urgent business. I must speak with Lord Sullivan." And the guard goes, "All right, well, I'm not going to let you talk to Lord Sullivan directly, but suppose we can see if the butler will speak with you." And they just kind of wave one of the other guards over and just sort of exchange, and they go, "Yeah, lad's back to speak with Lord Sullivan again. Go get the butler." The other one nods and then makes his way off back to the manor. And you see him disappear within the manor, and then after a little while later, the butler Miles appears again, and the guard takes his station once more as the butler walks down the dirt path towards you, and just sort of scans the three of you, eyes slightly squinted, and goes, "Ah, yes, you again. What is it today?" And Edward just kind of says, "Listen, I really must speak with Lord Sullivan. I know you've turned me away time and time again, but I know he's in there, and it's urgent business." "Yes, but Lord Sullivan is a very busy man, and he does not have time to just take anyone who walks in off the street, so you'd better make it quite important." And Edward actually kind of steps a little bit closer to the gate and kind of ushers the butler to step a little closer too, which you see the butler kind of roll his eyes and then take another step towards the gate and goes, "Yes, what is your great secret?" And then to not be heard by the two guards, he drops his voice and just whispers to the butler. And you see the butler kind of lean in, first kind of continuing to look skeptical, and then you see his eyebrows kind of raise. And then he steps back and goes, "Well, I suppose this matter does concern Lord Sullivan. All right, well, you're incredibly lucky that he is about to have his morning tea, so I suppose he can spare 10 minutes for you. And who are these folks with you? Your escorts?" And Edward just turns back and goes, "Yes, these are my just my guards. I hope you understand." And he goes, "All right. Yes, I suppose so. Very well. Let them in." And one of the guards just unlocks the gate, and then Miles just turns on his heel and continues back towards down the dirt path towards the manor. And the guards allow you entry as the gates swing open, and Edward just kind of follows and makes his way down the path, following the butler towards the manor. And the butler does not sort of have any patience for your walking speed, so he just kind of quickly speed walks back towards the manor. Evidently quite a busy man, and Edward kind of lags slightly slower behind and just kind of turns back towards the two of you and just kind of gives you a reassuring nod without saying anything. And you walk by sort of the yard of the manor, where you can see this sort of smaller, much less nice house sitting off to the side. But he leads you towards the large manor and to the twin doors that enter it. Let me copy you guys. And so from out kind of down the alley, Kaj and Gale, you see just kind of peeking out from the alleyway that you're tucked behind. You can see the three of them allowed entry into the manor grounds.
Now we just sit and wait.
Wait, why have we never tried to go in here?
You have to jump the fence. Wall.
You mean float?
You're right. Well, if their plan doesn't work out, maybe that's something we can try.
Perhaps we can always go at night too. You and I could easily get across.
Oh yeah.
All right, I guess we just wait.
Did you bring some cards?
Huh?
Did you bring any cards?
No.
Do I have any? No.
I have fish tackle. I have I have the dagger that was thrown at me, and I
Oh,
have a tent.
We'll figure something out.
All right, hear me out. We'll throw the dagger in there, and the last one to move is a chicken.
And that is kind of exciting, but maybe not this time.
So the three of you, Nolly, Tibber, and Edward, make your way into the main hall of Sullivan Manor. And off to the side, you can immediately see a roaring hearth with several fine-looking chairs and couches surrounding it, and rather affluent-looking rugs laid out, as well as bookshelves on your opposite side. Directly in front of you is a tall staircase that leads up to the upper floor. And there's a door off to your left and a door off to your right on either side. But also throughout the main hall, you can see rather ornate-looking vases of flowers, spreads of fruit, and a strange-looking statue off to your left that just kind of sits in the corner and doesn't particularly match the rest of the decor. But the butler kind of pauses and turns, waiting for the rest of you to enter, and then seeing that you all make your way inside, goes, "Right, Lord Sullivan will meet with you in the dining hall, if you just give me a moment." And he kind of outstretches one of his arms to point at this door here. And he just waits for you guys to move as you make your way over towards here.
I want to try to get like a good peek at that as we're walking by.
Yeah, make a perception check. Sure. It's not particularly high DC. It's a rather big thing. Yeah, that'll do it. As you walk by, you just kind of quickly scan the side of the room there, as Miles waits for you to make your way. into the dining hall. The statue appears to be a dwarven man, which strikes you as a little bit odd, as you haven't really seen all that many dwarves around here, and it certainly does not match the decor of the rest of the house.
Hey, dwarf, mining. I'm saying.
What is it with you and short people?
Not what I meant. God damn it.
And so you make your way through this rather ornate-looking wooden door and find yourselves in a dining hall. Just give me one sec to bring you all over there.
I'm gonna grab a grape as we go by and eat it.
Yeah. If you glance back, you see Miles just kind of shooting you like daggers with his eyes, but he doesn't say anything.
Good grape.
And so you make your way
Right.
off through this door into the dining hall. Much like the rest of the house, it is incredibly ornate, almost offensively so, with even the wood of the table very finely engraved. So Miles just kind of walks you guys into the room and stands near the door and says, you may sit where you wish. And Edward just kind of glances around and picks the closest chair to him. On the far side of the room, you can see another door. That just another wooden door, a little bit less ornate than the one that you just walked through. It's a little more of a standard door. Miles just kind of stands against the door and says, I will be back in a moment with Lord Sullivan and with some refreshments. And just give me a moment. He disappears through that door. Now, he has left you alone in here. But you do not know how long he's going to be gone for. Is there anything you want to do?
Start eating some of the grapes.
Oh my god.
Indeed, there is another bowl of grapes in the center of the table. The table is so massive that you almost have to kind of like reach over the side of the table and like kind of stretch to grab the bowl in the center. The table is that large.
I'm gonna do that. Yep.
But yeah, you definitely can. You can drag the whole bowl towards you if you want.
Yep.
Even the
I'm gonna do
bowl
that.
itself, even the bowl itself is ornate and finely crafted, just like the
Jesus.
rest of the entire manor. Edward just kind of sits there and looks a little bit slightly nervous, but just kind of sits there in silence. Is there anything you want to do, Nolly?
Nolly wants to look at that and then just look at like the door, what it looks like.
Okay. So there's a little cabinet here, kind of along the side, and as you kind of look at it, there's a glass door on the front of it. It's not a particularly tall cabinet. It only reaches to about above your belly button height. And through the glass, you can see that there is an arrangement of alcohol within it. Just very fine, crystalline-looking bottles of various alcohol.
Are there any glasses?
Yeah, I suppose there would be a couple glasses. Yeah.
Nolly tries to see if if it's locked or not.
As you kind of pull at the cabinet, you notice that there is a small little keyhole. Doesn't look particularly sturdy, but it does just kind of keep it shut, and it is technically locked.
Yeah, he'll just shrug and check out the door.
The door similarly also has a keyhole. It looks slightly more sturdy than the one on the tiny little cabinet, but again, not a particularly advanced-looking lock. It's not nothing out of the ordinary.
Okay. Then he's just gonna kind of just walk around the table once, just glancing, seeing if there's anything like kind of cool, and then just return.
There are windows on the far side, and if you glance through them, you can see most of the yard from here. You can see a guard walk by as he kind of does a round. And you can see that smaller servant's house out front. But if that's all you guys want to do,
Yep.
it's only been a couple moments, but eventually you hear a couple more footsteps out in the hall. And then Miles enters with someone accompanying him. Just give me 1 sec. I do not remember where.
Can't
in the
wait to
world
see
you
what this guy looks like.
Where in the world did you go, bud? I forget what folder he's in. Just give me 1 sec. Here he is. Handsome
I'm
fella.
in San Diego.
Was it Severus
Oh.
Snape?
It's
What
either
the
gonna be the
hell?
best or worst thing ever. It's like a Star Wars villain.
So a very thin and pale man walks through the door. Not incredibly young, but not incredibly old either. With dark black hair that looks slightly greasy. And he walks in and eyes each of you. And you see his eyes kind of settle on Edward, and he looks not particularly happy. And Miles remains by the door as who you presume to be Lord Sullivan makes his way all the way to the far side of the table and sits down. And as Miles has reappeared, he sort of introduces and he goes, Lord Sullivan, and introduces the man as he walks in, and then you see he's carrying like a little tray, in which he's got a couple of glasses filled with liquid and a bottle sitting next to it, some sort of alcohol.
I'm taking that.
And he passes each of you one, and he stops as you're standing by the wall there, Nelly, and goes, "Would you like one as well?"
Nolly nods.
Very well. And he hands you one. And he places one in front of Lord Sullivan as well. And then he just sort of stands near the door. And Lord Sullivan just kind of waits and sits there. And you see him kind of tap his finger a little bit impatiently on the table. And then he says, "Well, you had business with me?" And Edward just sort of starts, "Yes, I've been trying to meet with you for quite some time, and I understand you. Of course, you're very busy, Lord Sullivan. So I understand, but it is a matter of grave importance." And Lord Sullivan just kind of, you see him tilt his head and raise one of his eyebrows and go, "Yes, so I've heard. And what is so important that it requires my attention in the early hours of the morning." And you see Edward quickly just sort of send a panicked glance at you, Tibbs, as he's kind of like a little bit nervous about screwing this up.
I'm gonna give him the sort of like, you know how you like put your hand down slowly and you like exaggerated breaths. You're like,
Yeah.
be fine.
You see him take a deep breath and kind of calm himself, and then he just sort of gives a slight nod, not directed at you, but you kind of understand that it was, and says, "Well, I've been looking to take part in the businesses around Glorybell, of course. What with me being the inheritor of Godfrey Manor and the fortune, I was looking to begin to take a more active role, as you see. And so I've done my research as to who is the most important players in this city, and of course we came eventually to you, Lord Sullivan. It's hard to ignore all that you've done for this city." Lord Sullivan just sort of nods, appreciating the flattery. "Yes." And Edward continues, "And so, well, it wasn't entirely intentional, but I stumbled across mining operations occurring in the city." And you see Lord Sullivan raise both eyebrows now, just not really expecting that to come up. And he's, but not particularly shocked or anything like that. Just sort of paying a little more attention. And he says, "Indeed, you've heard of mining industries in the area. That's not unusual." And Edward continues. Well, you see, my family, back in the day, we've got some experience with mining, and I thought if there was a businessman who was reaching into that area, that that my family's assets may be of use to that person. And Lord Sullivan just sort of thinks for a moment. I see. And should such business enterprise exist, what sort of assets are you offering? Yeah, that's your signature move now. Well, you see, and Edward kind of pauses for a moment at Lord Sullivan's question, and you see him kind of think. He looks a little bit worried again, Tibbs. You see him think for a moment, and then he kind of relaxes and goes, "Well, the Godfrey estate, we have quite close ties with both the City Watch, and we have quite a few guards that work for us as well. I figured if someone was mining, they would want to make sure that the ore that they were mining out was not stolen, and so we could provide guards to make sure that no merchandise is stolen, and assure that everything gets where it's supposed to be." And you guys have left this up to someone else, so he's going to be making the persuasion checks. All right, everybody.
Natural one.
Edward just nat 20'd that.
Let's fucking
Let's
go.
Nice.
I was not expecting that to happen, but all right. Moving on. You see, Lord Sullivan just kind of, I suppose that is an interesting offer. We do need someone to watch the merchandise as it travels throughout the kingdom. I suppose that could be of interest. You just kind of see him lost in thought as he just thinks for a moment. But you see, this sort of operation, we don't want any competitors in the market, of course. And so we've decided that this arrangement should be kept rather quiet. And Edward just kind of nods. Of course, yes. I understand. All of our guards would understand, of course, that they're not to talk about it and what they do during their work outside of it, and we pay them quite well. And Lord Sullivan nods again and says, "Good. It's good to see that you can be discreet, as that was what this would require. Now I must know. Do Lord and Lady Godfrey know that you are here?" And Edward just sort of pauses. You see him glance at you, Tibbs, quickly. If you want to give him a slight nod or a shake of the head, you may do so.
I'll give him like a slight, like a forward head nod, like a affirmative type thing.
Okay. He quickly glances back and goes, yes, of course. I do all this under their permission. We are going to assist with our fortune. So, of course, they've been informed. They tasked me to liaison with you and to make sure that the arrangement will be beneficial for both of us. And Lord Sullivan nods and goes, good. I wouldn't want to cause any trouble with your parents coming in and you doing things with their money out from under them. That would cause problems. So it's good that they are agreeing to venture out into further business arrangements. Now then, I think we can drop a sort of contract that might suit both of us. I will need you to sign it, of course. And we shall work out the rest of the details at a later date. How does that sound? And Edward just kind of nods. And he says, all right, good. We will drop the contract in my study. And you can sign it there, and then you can head on your way and not waste any more of our mutual time. How does that sound? And he stands up and begins to make his way across the room again. Edward just sort of stands and begins to follow him. Lord Sullivan pauses at the door and turns to see Tibber, you, and Nolly following, and he just kind of looks at the two of you and goes, we shan't be needing any bodyguards in the study. It's not an incredibly dangerous place. Unless you plan on signing the business deal as well. He's looking at you two now, with a bit sarcasm dripping from his voice.
You seem to mistaken. I am a personal guard towards Edward. Not here to necessarily solve anything through force. I would just like to look over it as we sign it. That's all.
He looks back at Edward. You let your bodyguards read your contracts for you. Edward just kind of pauses and goes, they're awfully protective. You see, our guards, they're the best in the business. They make sure that everything is always in order. And they'll make sure that everything is in order for your merchandise as well, of course. Tibbs, you can make either intimidation or persuasion, whichever you feel would be better for you, in order to attempt to accompany Edward.
Can Nolly help by looking intimidating?
Yeah.
If he goes with intimidation?
Yeah, sure. If he goes with intimidation, you can help.
Fuck, okay. My intimidation's better, but I wasn't going to.
It's not outright hostile intimidation. It's just sort of, a
Stand your
general,
ground.
yeah, standing your ground more so. I wouldn't say
Sure.
he's not going to interpret this as purely hostile.
Okay, yeah, I'll take intimidation.
You're not drawing your knife and putting it to his throat.
Yeah.
He pauses for a moment, thinks it over. You see him kind of scratch the side of his face, and then he goes, well, certainly do appreciate them standing their ground. As long as they provide the same quality of assurances to our merchandise, then very well. You've got guts, kid. And he turns and ushers the three of you now back towards the main hall. Alrighty. So Miles accompanies you, kind of following behind everybody as you make your way back to the foyer. And Lord Sullivan makes his way out to the center of the room and then turns up towards the stairs and just gestures for you to follow. And Edward does so. And Miles just sort of takes up the rear. So let me just copy you all and we'll head upstairs. Damn it. Damn it, Dungeon Dragon Farm. Alright. So you are led upstairs and down a narrow hallway. And you pass by a door on your left that Lord Sullivan walks straight by, and into a door on the far side of the hall. Edward following suit. And Lord Sullivan sits down in a chair and begins to, he pulls a quill out of an ink pot and begins to write on a sheet of paper. And Edward just sort of stands nearby watching him write as he just sort of draws up a contract, and the two of them discuss sort of details about this. But as they're talking, Tibber and Nala, you look around the room. It's a rather ornate looking study. You can see sort of an elk's head mounted on the wall and a rocking chair in the corner, as well as some books on bookshelves along the far wall. There's a small cabinet sitting here that is closed up and does not have a glass panel, as well as the desk that he's sitting at has a couple drawers on it as well. So the two discuss business for a brief moment and sort of go back and forth between the amount of guards that Edward is promising and the amount that they will be paid and all sorts of things like that. And they draw up this contract, and then Lord Sullivan hands it to Edward to read, and then he takes another moment to read it. And satisfied, he just kind of nods. You see him give a quick little glance towards you as he nods, and then he sort of places it back down, and Lord Sullivan hands him the quill after dipping it in the inkwell. And Edward just kind of scans it one more time, and then you see him scrawl his name along the bottom of the contract, and then hand the quill back to Lord Sullivan, who places it in the ink pot, and then, satisfied, will tuck it away into a drawer. Now, Tibber and Nali perception checks as he tucks it away into a drawer.
Oof.
Rough.
That was the one time to roll well. Fuck.
Edward will do one as well.
Come on, baby.
He is quite close, so his DC will be lower than yours. So you're not quite sure, obviously, what he saw right now, but you see him kind of glancing at the drawer as well. But Sullivan quickly just kind of opens this drawer, tucks it away, and then shuts it again, and then stands. Well then, that should be a mutually beneficial business agreement, and we shall discuss more of the logistics at another time, as I am quite busy. But I must say, it was perhaps worth my time to speak with you. and we shall talk again at a later moment. I will send a letter to Godfrey Manor if I wish to speak with you again. Does that sound all right? And Edward goes, yes, I suppose so, yes. Very good. Then I shall escort you back down to the main hall and bid you adieu. And he just sort of outstretches his hand towards the door and expects you to walk out, which Edward does so. And Lord Sullivan follows, where Miles is just sort of waiting outside and ushers you back down to the main hall. And you walk your way back towards the twin doors that mark the entrance to Sullivan Manor. And Lord Sullivan just sort of pauses at the door and goes, "Now then, I shall be in touch. Have a good day." And without even waiting for you to say goodbye, just walks off back upstairs. As Miles ushers you all out and says, "I shall take you back to the gate." And so Edward turns to leave. And the butler, Miles, walks you all the way back to the gate. And the guards, seeing you approach, open it to allow you to exit. And you see Miles still not particularly impressed with you all, but he just sort of waits at the edge of the gate there. And then as the guards close it behind you and you kind of turn back towards him, he just simply says, "Good day," and turns to leave. And he makes
Man,
his way
that
back to the manor.
Mr. Sullivan guy was ugly. I said that in full range of these cards.
You see that one just chuckle. And so Kaj and Gale, from your little hiding spot, you see them exit the gates out front of the manor. And
Okay.
Edward just kind of walks slowly along the path just to kind of attempt to regroup and get out of earshot of others. But you guys can go where you wish if you want to go somewhere else and not talk here.
I'm just gonna grab Edward, like you know how when somebody comes up behind you and puts their hands on your shoulders like real tight. I'm just like, that went fucking great.
Yes, I was a little unsure of what to say for part of it there, but then I had an idea about, well, you two were here and looking rather scary, and, well, that was what gave me the idea to propose guards. And he seemed to buy that.
That was great. I mean, I just assume you could say anything to a rich person and they would make some way of interpreting it. So, I
Well,
killed it.
I was trying to think of what he still needed. If I suggested more workers or more supplies, then I don't know what he currently has or what he's funding himself. We're a little in the dark, so I just tried to think of something he might not have.
Okay, that was perfect. We can learn the location of this mine now. We have everything we needed. I mean, from this talk at least, but that went amazing.
Listen, I'm still not incredibly sure what exactly you need in the manor. I don't suppose you found all of it, though. We were watched rather closely.
I'm specifically trying not to tell you because I don't want to get you involved in hard things
Oh,
because hard things are a bit more dangerous.
all right. I understand. I suppose I can respect that.
One day, I will tell you.
All right. Well, I guess I'm looking forward to hearing about it. I will say, when he was tucking away the contract, I saw something in his drawer. Did
Oh.
you see that?
Yeah, no, I didn't see it. It was too quick. What did you see it?
Not incredibly well, but there was sort of two things in that drawer that he tucked it away in. Well, I guess three if you count the stack of paper that he placed the contract on top of. I'm not really sure what the pieces of parchment said, but I imagine some sort of other things involving his business. But there was a small little, I think, a wooden box at the back of the drawer, small enough to fit in one hand. And then on the other side of the drawer, there was, it looked like something wrapped in cloth, perhaps? I couldn't see what it was, but it was just something, again, maybe sort of palm-sized, wrapped in a cloth.
That's great. That could be what we're looking for.
Well, I hope it helps.
You have done way more than I think any of us were expecting. You were killing it. I mean, you'll make a great head of the house, I think. I mean, you're very persuasive.
Well, thank you for the compliments. I wasn't sure how that was going to go, but I'm glad it went well. He's kind of blushing.
All right, let's walk back, meet up with Pavlova.
Yeah, if you guys want to fill us in on how it went on the way.
Yeah,
Yeah, you can just catch. They watched it all, so you don't need to say it again. But you catch.
yeah. I'll just say we were talking as we walked.
All right. So back to good graces then to meet with Pavlova.
Sure.
All right, jump you right there.
All right. And then we're going to look away from each other, and as we do, it's going to have his flame sword and my sword appear at the same time on opposite sides.
It's gonna be very cool.
Sounds. Mhm,
Sorry.
mhm.
Well, wait. What? This sounds cool as fuck. What is happening?
We're talking about our entrance sequence when
To what?
me and Kaj, when we try and scare someone or we try and look intimidating.
You guys get flame swords and I don't.
Well, no, he gets the flame sword. I get the shadow sword.
That's so
But-
fucking cool.
You
I
act
need a-
like you haven't been a part of this party. Where have you been for these last several weeks?
What do you mean? I'm double.
Yeah.
There's been two of me. What do you mean?
Ah!
Oh, by the way, Edward.
Yeah.
You don't have to stay with us if you want. I don't mind it, but I don't want to like drag you around the city. You know.
Well, I was going to eventually head back to Godfrey Manor.
Yeah.
Is,
I mean,
is there anything else you need me for?
not at the moment. I'm sorry that we had to meet again, and feels like I just kind of used you, but promise I didn't plan it.
Well, to be honest, it's all been rather exciting. Feels well, sort of like the good old days, doesn't it?
A little bit, yeah. I'll reach into my bag and pull out one of the lavender oils. I got this before I came here on my journeys. There was a huge island with just lavender everywhere, and I plan to give this to all of you, but for now,
Yes, I'll take this back with me. I believe Mother is fond of the scent of lavender.
I didn't know what to do with it. It was coming out of my ears, but you know,
Well, thank you. I'll bring it back to them. And if you're looking for me, I'll be at the manor, and you can ask around for me. I'm sure Garrick will tell you. And if I do get any sort of correspondence from Sullivan, what would you like me to? How would you like me to contact you?
you can send. I don't know. You could send it to my dad.
All right. Yeah,
Um,
just at the apothecary, right?
yeah, just right across the street. I mean, I hope to talk to you soon. on better terms. But
Of course.
Yeah.
Then I'll see you soon then.
I
And he makes his way out of good graces.
Ooh.
I
Well, that was
forgot to
something.
kiss him goodbye.
I just zoomed out to see Gil sitting across from him. It was just making me
What's-
laugh. Sorry.
What's going on? Good looking.
He just kind of is like cocking his head to the side. Is there something I can help you with? Or just here for a casual chat?
Sure. Just wanted to be graced by your presence.
Well, I appreciate the flattery. You were in here before, right? You were with the folk. I believe I lent my lute to one of you, right?
The two of us, actually.
Right. The songs you played were rather nice.
Yeah,
Um,
well, I've only done it that one time, so I didn't have practice. The other one did, so take that what you will.
Yes, well, very impressive to play something like that with no practice.
Right?
Indeed, it's not an easy thing to play a lute. Perhaps you have
Mhm.
a
Never-
natural gift for music.
Perhaps. Do you ever go anywhere else? Or well, like other taverns?
Well, I have an exclusive contract with Good Graces. They provide me room and board and some meals, and I play at the tavern each night. It's a quite a good
really?
arrangement, and so out of respect for them, I don't bring my music elsewhere.
True, true.
Why do you ask?
Oh, just curious if you, being a musician, I imagine you probably hear a lot of stories and rumors.
Stories from time to time, yes.
Hmm.
Often inspiration for songs.
Ever anything unusual going on with the city?
Well, most unusual thing right now is that serious silver vein matter.
Hmm. Have you ever heard about a group just hanging around? A group who are mysterious. They're masked fellows crusading around.
Masked fellows.
Yes.
It doesn't particularly ring any bells. If I was asking about shady masked fellows, I would probably be doing it down at the Drunken Jester. It seems to be probably a little bit more of that sort of speed, if you understand my meaning.
Yeah, true, true.
So if
Do
you're
you
looking
know
for,
about a woman with silver hair from the Drunken Jester?
Well, it's been quite some time since I've been to the Jester. I used to play there on occasion, but ever since I got this nice little contract, I haven't been. But a silver-haired lady, I suppose I remember someone like that. Sort of whitish hair, one of the regulars.
Ah, yes. From what I'm told.
But mostly I was busy playing those nights, so I didn't really talk to many people.
Alright, I was just curious. How about I say?
I'm happy to have a pleasant chat. Until you join the others, but actually, let's wrap up for today. It's already been well over time.
Yeah,
But,
I was
So-
expecting to like stop right before we went in the manor, and then we just
Yep.
kept going.
Yeah,
I was
I
like, oh
know.
shit, okay.
Yes,
Yeah,
but
I was like,
my brain
yes.
was in overdrive trying to have conversations with myself. So I didn't want to interrupt that and have to think about it next time. So I went a little further and just kept going. But yeah, we will wrap up here, and you can discuss the next plan of action on the next session. right. So as usual, first things first. Next week, which would be the 20th.
All good.
Yep.
It is. It's drawing a little closer towards Christmas. So I don't know
Christmas.
if anyone is a little more busy then. If anything does come up, let me know. I think we should be fine to keep it in place. The Wednesday on the 22nd is the one that I'm a little unsure of. But I think the Monday should be okay. So we'll say that we're go for now. As for the 27th, the one after Christmas, that one's probably less likely to happen.
Yeah, I think I'll be gone then anyways.
Yeah. So I'm most likely going to take some time off, probably after maybe the 20th, and take like about a week or two off and just spend some time with family and stuff like that. But it's nice to have, Christmas off and do some other things. But I will see what schedules look like for next week, and I'll try to get the Monday in on the 20th so that we can feel better about missing the 27th. But yeah, so for now we'll say that it's a yes, and if anything changes, I'll update. But speaking of updates, if you want to get those updates, you can follow my Twitter at Granlorian, GranLorien. I never spell it. It's come to my attention that I never spell it out, and so it's like not in my head to spell out. You know, some things you can spell really easily without even thinking about them, just like second nature. I never spell it out for anyone, and it's come to my attention that perhaps anyone who is just like tabbed out is going to be like, yeah, I have no idea how to spell that. I'm not going to do that because it isn't exactly normal. People would be adding like a D on the end of it, grand and stuff like that. But I should probably get better at spelling it out for everybody. So you can follow me on Twitter. I update all the schedules there, and if we're changing session times or dates, you can do that. Yeah, sorry, I forgot about that little weird thing that appears on the portraits. I have to remember what I have to change to get that to go away. I forget right now. But I'll have to go figure it out. But yeah, so follow me on Twitter if you want updates. If you want to join our Discord, I do the updates there too for the most part. We also have channels for fan art, for memes, different channels for all the campaigns. All those personalities in my head. Listen. They're just imaginary friends. Yeah, for the rest of the day, I'm going to be talking as Lord Sullivan, so.
It's better than that butler.
Yeah, I was trying to make the two of them distinct because I wanted them both to be a little nasally, but then I was like, okay, we'll go overboard with the nasally on the butler so that Lord Sullivan is slightly less. See, the true reveal is that actually everybody here is it's just me. I've been doing the voices for all the characters. There is no Gale, there is no Ruva, Tibur, or Kaj. I'm voicing every character.
Dun.
Same time sometimes.
Exactly.
Telling me I've been doing all this work for nothing.
I thought ahead, and I recorded a bunch of audio so that I could play it on top of my own voice, so that it would trick you all and think that we're overlapping.
My head hurts.
It's fantastic. Takes a lot of work.
But yeah, so join the Discord. It's not just for players. Feel free to do so. If you want to catch up on sessions you missed, check out the archive. I upload VODs from here over to there. So if you're missing anything or want to go back and catch up on things that have ended or this campaign, do so there, Granlorian on YouTube. If you want to learn more about the world, you can look at our World Anvil. That includes all sorts of information on deities, factions, the races we use for play, and the some of the characters and some of the places. But for reference, this campaign takes place. Okay, it's just a sound. For reference, this campaign takes place in Middlemere, a island kingdom amongst the Glimmering Isles, and right now they're in Glorybell to the south side of the continent. So if you want to do some more reading, look into Middlemere if you want to understand some of the stuff we talk about. Other than that, I run 2 other campaigns on this channel. And all the campaigns that I run on this channel are all in a persistent world. As I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, there will most likely not be a Whispers in the Woods session this Wednesday, but I'll probably do a different stream anyway at around 7 on that day, Wednesday, 7 p.m. Eastern, of course. So tune into that, and we'll have a more casual hangout since I think they're going to be busy. As for that, I think we're all good for Seas of Sand, which is the other campaign I run. So they'll happen on Sundays. I should actually update the schedule to make sure that's still Sunday, because we switched over and we weren't sure if we were staying. So I don't know if I changed it over formally yet. But yeah, so we will see more Seas of Sand, more pancake adventures. Confirmed and verified by popular vote favorite character Pancake, the camel.
Pancake, let's go.
I forget what was the total amount of channel points that were spent to make him win.
Oh my.
Well,
lot.
yeah, I used a whole bunch. Too.
Everybody dumped all their channel points into making sure that Pancake won that poll. But yeah, so there's more campaigns going on. They all take place in the same persistent world where consequences affect the world at whole. So thank you for tuning in. We'll hopefully have another session of this next week, and a few more sessions of the other campaigns soon as well. They didn't actually name the camel Pancake. I named the camel Pancake. But I did it without knowing that they were going to, within the first couple sessions of their campaign, make a ton of jokes about pancakes. And so it just sort of ended up being this weird serendipitous thing that ended up being really funny. But yeah, have a good night, everybody. And we will see you soon for more sessions. Yeah, it was a weird little bit of coincidence. But other than that, have a good night, and I will see you guys later. Take care.
Good night.
Bye.
Good night. Thank you for DMing.